make my mic louder. Okay. Happy Friday. I'm trying to get my life together. Freaking eyeliner is bleeding. Guess who's back? I know it's kind of crazy because I'm like, did I stream last month? I don't know. I wasn't trying to be MIA. I actually was supposed to do a whole stream for my birthday, and it was such a busy month though. I feel like my lighting is terrible and I look dingy. That's not funny. That's just me laughing at my pain. Oh, where's my girl? It's where is it? Y'all want to see the teeth gleaming on camera? That's funny. It's in the case. But happy Friday for real, for real, for real. I'm like, I want to be offline. Excuse me. I swear, as soon as I get on the mic, that's when my sinuses and stuff start acting stupid. But yeah, I definitely got my whole little setup. So, yay, nice and gold. So it's funny. People been like, "Oh, that's so cute. It's so cute." And I got one on that side. The tooth that gets on my nerves the most, I covered that one up. Cause like, ain't that the point? I really want to fix this eyebrow because I don't got no eyebrows right now. Let me get this. Oh, I can see it. Okay. I say, let me get this chat. But yeah, how's everything going, Preacher? Have you been? When's the last time you did a talk? You gonna be like, I'm doing a talk today. Next week, residency week after the talk. Week after that talk. What's residency week? This eyebrow's fine. Taking part in a 1 week residency. Oh, okay, that's cool. What kind of program is it, if you don't mind talking about it? By the way, the Hacker House is live, like live. We don't have residents in the house this summer, but the programming started officially. We got announced officially. We got announced in the Wayne State News, and we also got announced in the Cranes Detroit Business News, which is pretty much our go-to like business news around here. Black researchers, Black academic scholars, creatives, etc. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that should be fire. I started working on this little overlay. Like I want to have this blanket on, but it's gonna get on my nerves. And I got this. I just need a whole new like desk chair situation. Right, but I've been chilling for real, for real. That's better. I've been chilling. It's been a busy week, crazy busy. Let me see where my. I'm like trying to figure out if I want Discord to be active. It's on my phone, so I'm gonna keep it open. But I feel like it doesn't just stay open. So I have voice chat. I'm like multitasking today, so we'll see how that goes because yeah, we had interns that started on Monday. Feels like that was last week, but it was Monday. So I had two interns that started Monday and just been onboarding them this week. Um, our program got officially announced last week. So, well, I should say the week before last, it was announced in the Wayne State News, and then last week it was announced in Cranes, Detroit. And I want to share. I need to share like a PDF of the article. Let me show y'all a little something, something. Because y'all know I was struggling last summer, and this program is the reason why I fell off from streaming last summer. I was streaming every single day until we got to I was streaming every single day until we got to the Hacker House kickoff. But this is so satisfying now. Oh, let me say yes to this meeting. Trying to close anything that don't need to be open right now. Oh, let me let y'all know too, cause I really loved this last time, and I highly recommend signing up. The here, let me share my screen real fast. Where is it? What is? I'm like, what is going off on my phone? It's Discord. Hold on. I don't need this. Why would you open over there? Like, just literally, why would you open over there? I'm pretty sure I did not have that open over there. Okay. Let's see if I can handle being over here in the voice chat. But muting my screen. Mute this. Streamlabs mic. Okay. Okay. So definitely sign up for the Agentic AI Startup School. I highly recommend it. It's really amazing. I did startup school last year. It was very general, like what was it? They did like trying to think what kind of AI did they do. It wasn't like it might have been. It wasn't even. I feel like it wasn't even LLM focused. It was like I can't remember the topic, but it was more general. It was definitely more. Oh, I think they did generative AI. Like that was the topic, generative AI. And yeah, we got the pink on pink on pink. Now, what's funny is this the real reason I was late to the because I was ready to go. The real reason I was late. Y'all see this braid right here? So I'm converting my twist into braids, and I already had taken down that twist in the back, so I went ahead and finished that before I came and sat down. So I may or may not, depending on how I'm feeling, I might start taking some of these out. Like in some of the, at some point once I get settled, I'll probably start taking these out and converting them over. So y'all might just be seeing me doing my hair in the background because I'm not feeling the twist. Like I like them, it's cute, but I'm so used to the flat roots because I wear knotless braids all the time. And if y'all not into hair, y'all don't understand. But like, let me see, you will be able to tell the difference. So knotless is like flat. It's a flat root. These are really bulky, and it's not framing my face the way I would like. So I just put these twists in the other morning before work. um, so yeah, the way it's working out now, it's already parted and everything. I'm gonna use the same. I can use this same hair and I just have to split it up into like smaller sections, and I have to feed it in as I braid. So it's a whole thing. Um, let's make sure I'm not dropping frames though. All right. So yeah, I think let me double check my email. I think I should be signed up for this. I was signing up earlier. I don't know how far I got in that process. Here. I need to go get a nail file because it's like a little piece of my nail that keeps getting hooked on my hair, and that is so frustrating for me. Oh. Okay, so I don't know if I finished this. Here, I'm about to try to register. Ooh, y'all don't need to be seeing all my emails, but oh yeah, I must not have gotten to the bottom. I remember seeing all this, but I don't think I got all the way to the bottom of this form. What sessions do you want to attend? Pacific time? Current knowledge? I would say intermediate-ish. Core focus, primary job role, technical, semi-technical, technical. Google Cloud usage. I'm not using it today, technically, even though I've done a lot on GCP. And let's just say self-employed right now. So yeah, pink on pink. It's crazy. I found this like braiding hair that is the same color pink on the root as my hair. So Like, y'all know, because I have my hair different color pinks all the time. I keep, I have to buy braiding hair. Like, I have to just have stashes of it. Um, I knew that I knew there was a pack that was this color, but when I went to look for something to do for my birthday, I ended up finding this ombre. I'm like, oh my god, that is fire, and that obviously was meant for me. So yeah, I'm gonna convert them over to braids though, and then I'll have this in for a minute. You saying you have the most pink hair in Michigan outside of a store? I I might possibly, because I stash pink braiding hair, especially the hair that's already like kind of tapered down on the end. Is They call it like a pre-stretched hair or whatever. I stash packs of hair. Um, I have a lot of different type of braiding hair that's like pink, and it's just, yeah, in closets. And I have other colors too. I have the colors that y'all normally see me wear. Like, I usually get that blue color. I have the neon yellow, like how it is in the like the neon in neons is down here around the frame. I have that color. I have that blue, that teal, or like this blue right here. I have this blue. Um, I have to keep them because when it's time, like if my hair is already colored, when it's time for me to go and get some braids or something, I don't want to be searching around. What's my industry? Education, probably. Let's do software and internet. How much of this do I have to put in? Let's see. I do need y'all, if you care about learning about building agents, which you should if you care about doing anything productive with AI right now. So 10 out of 10 recommend. Do y'all need my website? Yeah, they want that. I don't know. Yeah, let's just keep going with this. Let me see. I need to be able to see Discord. Alright, I can see everybody's muted. Perfect. Company name. It's so gray. And it's crazy because my line sister's coming in town, and she was like, it's gonna be so gray, and I was like, it's not gonna be gray, and it's literally fucking gray. um y'all want this too? Yeah. Let's just say owner. Let's say technical founder. That's a good crossover title. Yep. I already get outreach, but that's how I knew that this was. Well, I saw that this was coming up because I just so happened to be looking in to see if they had anything interesting. But then I also I got the email because I had forgot to follow up and sign up. And then I got the email, like, what day did they send the email out? Why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? Because they really just announced this. Let me see. Yeah, they just sent it yesterday. Okay, they just sent it out yesterday. So, alrighty, move this over here. That never needs to be like shown. So, no point in moving it right there. Let me check which audio is being used right now. Okay. So register. Let me register. I need to get my website together so bad. But I've been working on, so I'm gonna show y'all something else I've been working on. So this starts on, what is this, Monday? Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday. What? Okay, Trello. Guess I was never signed in. Starts on Tuesday. And it's at what time? 1 p.m. Eastern. Oh, they have some prep work. Hold on. All right, little cyberpunk music. Because this says week 0. Yeah. Okay, it's already, it's a prep. Yep, it's a prep session already ready. Okay, perfect. What is this prep session? Because we could do this today. Build your first AI agents on Google Cloud, the essential starter session for startups and developers level 100 beginner. Are you ready to dive into building intelligent AI agents? Oh, let me post this for y'all too. Ooh, where is it? Start here. What's I'm about to do? my brain just did not be functioning, and it's kind of sad. Wait, where do I post this? I don't even know where to post stuff in my own server no more. I need to get this together. Where do we post classes? Do we post them in tech opportunities? Do we post them in code? No, it's the AI ML channel. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Are you ready to dive into building intelligent AI systems? This hands-on Google Cloud Starter session is your first critical step. We will cut through the noise and give you the foundational knowledge and setup steps you need to start creating agentic applications and prepare you for our in-depth agent building series. In this session, you'll learn to understand the AI building blocks on Google Cloud, set up your GCP environment for AI development, discover Google Cloud tools, tap into startup perks for building on GCP. And it's already on demand. Let's see how long this is. Wait, let me first of all make sure I'm going to be on the right YouTube channel. Because I got different profiles. Y'all know I be compartmentalizing this shit. So, switch account. Go to the tech account. Look at the little subscriber base slowly but surely building up. Have y'all noticed this? We slowly but surely. We at what, 136 now? I don't know why y'all be subscribing. I'm trash on YouTube, but I'm getting better. I promise. I'm gonna keep streaming to YouTube, and we are gonna be putting more videos out. I haven't posted a video in 4 months, but that's better than not posting a video at all. So I posted 2 videos this year. I technically have some stuff in the queue. Well, I have a video in the queue that's like, what are the 3 AI topics I'm focused it's something like the 3 AI topics I'm learning and you should too, or and why you should too, or something YouTubery like that. Anyways, now that I'm on the right spot, AI Engineer World's Fair. What even is this? It was streamed 1 day ago. Let's put that on the watch later. So what's gonna happen is once I get done and I like kind of get my hands free, I feel like once I get my hands free, I'll probably get some material going in the background. I think this might already be on my watch later. And I have not caught up on any of the Google I/O stuff. I didn't watch any announcements from Google I/O yet. Google for Startups Cloud AI Accelerator Demo Day. So we got plenty. See, like I'm assuming this if this didn't come from Google Cloud, what was it called? Google Cloud Next. I know I/O just happened. So I'm definitely gonna catch up on some of that. And then that'll be time where I can get my twists converted over to braids as well. Because I would like to finish that today. So what I said I was gonna do? Why did I come to YouTube again? Oh, so I can open this up. Oh, it opens up inside of here. That's loud. It's 40 minutes though. So let's open it in YouTube. It's like so loud, it's not even funny. At least I didn't jump scare y'all, because I definitely just gave myself a mini heart attack. Okay, perfect. So this is the main thing we need to jump in on. So that's going to start the queue. How do I mini player? And then let's put some other stuff in the queue though. GPT chain. That seems interesting, but not going in my queue right now. Let's see what's in our watch later. I know I got a lot of agent stuff. I wanna I wanna watch this. Y'all know I be on Y Combinator. Add to queue. Building agentic apps with Angular agent development kit. See, the agent development kit video was already in my or an AI agent development kit from Google that's already in my watch later. Maybe I'll put this AI Ventures one in here. We watched all the LlamaCon stuff. AI agent breakthrough. Let's put this in here. I just want an agent queue, AI agent queue today. Oh, because I know I got a bunch of agent stuff down here. All right. Let's go back and look up Agentic AI. I like IBM's channels. I feel like IBM tech channel is so slept on. Save to watch later. It's like highly technical. and they always are covering like they're always covering like really good topics that you would benefit from knowing if you want to get into like more technical startups or more technical companies, like highly technical companies. Um, like I remember before I was watching them when I was learning how to do TLS cipher suites and like learning how to do certificate management and things like that for our IoT systems. It was a lot of like highly complicated shit that I never did before, and it was a lot of really like infrastructure heavy stuff that our team would get into because the infrastructure team already managed the whole like platform infrastructure, and our IoT infrastructure was like had its own needs. So our team would get a lot into like the nitty gritty infra work of our system more than the other software engineering teams would typically. And yeah, they like IBM was a lifesaver for me because they had so many topics that like typical like YouTube channels do not cover, but they also make it short and like straightforward and stuff. So anyways, all that being said, um definitely putting this in the queue. Let me see, did it make it into the queue? I'm putting this in the queue. um Stanford Online has a 1 hour webinar. Hi me, you're so cute. I'd be mad I can't click on my own live stream while I'm live streaming. But this is good to know. I'm that's actually good to know. Maybe part of it is my algorithm, but like technically I'm ranking right now for agentic AI, which is crazy. Okay. I gotta get my YouTube stuff together. Like it's not like I don't know how to be successful on YouTube. I just need to be intentional. Um so we're ranking for agentic AI right now, which is crazy. Um that's a playlist for a course. What's your first agentic AI app? Step by step. AWS events. Hmm. I'm gonna do a save later on this, but I do not a watch later. But I don't know if I want to sit here. I don't know. I'm gonna add it to the queue, and then maybe I'll put some other stuff ahead of it if I don't find anything else interesting. Not like I don't need a stack of um, stuff. I showed up on my own feed. I'm not really showing up on my own feed. I mean, yeah, I do show up in my own like feed, but technically it's more so. This means I'm ranking. That's what that really means. That means I'm ranking for this search term, which lets me know also like because there's no other live streams right now probably too. Like I'm ranking because they want to show a live stream that's around this topic. So that means we might get some folks coming and visiting us just because we're ranking for agentic AI right now. But yes, welcome in, welcome. Let me see. The agentic web parts 1. Oh, wait. Okay, IBM has a risks of agentic AI. That sounds like a good follow up to their other topic. Add to queue. I do want to add this Microsoft one. But why is it part 1? Where's the other part? Molar Programadora. Thank you for following. Yeah, algorithm is. I mean, I know how to do the. I really know like how to be quote unquote successful on YouTube. It's just I need to do better. Um, but I think one of the things that I struggle with is like I'm always trying to pigeonhole myself into like how things are already work instead of leaning on what's good for me. So I feel like sometimes when it with YouTube, they definitely used to be. It used to be a lot more of like you have to have your videos and your videos rank. But I think that they are really getting you. They're getting better at the live stream thing. So I think I need to just stop trying to be so obsessed with the fact that I feel like I need to make edited videos and go ahead and lean into like the leaning into the live streams on YouTube as well. Like obviously I multi-stream to YouTube, but it's like I noticed that my YouTube views are better when I have like better titles that work for YouTube. On Twitch, we just be having like goofy ass titles that don't really like not really that interesting, or like Twitch, we kind of have our own little culture, so it's like the certain type of titles that are helpful on Twitch, like click worthy titles on Twitch are definitely not necessarily the same as the click worthy titles on YouTube. And I noticed that. So it's like instead of saying like I used to have like series like, oh, this is the co-working series or whatever, and my title might say co-working, but instead now, like, I was intentional to say like, hey, this is what we're doing today. I put AI agents in the title for a reason, because I know like that's how YouTube is gonna understand, who to send it to. So I gotta get my feet warm. I could close the windows, but I'm just not. Okay. Steady early morning stream. I think so. And I'm working on that too now. Like today, Justice is with he's with my family, so he would have still been here at least until 12. So I was like, yeah, I might as well go ahead and get my stream going. Since I know I'm gonna be locked in at the computer, and I'm trying to get off early, but I'm gonna sit here until I have a reason to leave. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. But I feel good. Like hopefully next week I'm gonna sit here and figure out the schedule for the rest, like at least next week, and then start to figure out the schedule for the rest of the month. The Agentic AI course is coming up, like I said, so I'm going to be planning that. And last year when I was going through this startup school, I was doing all of that. Like I was live streaming every time we had startup school. So depending on the timing, I was looking at it because I do have let me see. I don't really want my calendar over here just because my personal stuff is on here too. It's on Tuesday starting at 1. Oh yeah, that's perfect actually. So yeah, next week, Tuesday, 1 o'clock. The other good thing is I now have things situated with my workspace at Techtown. So I can live stream from over there. We've done at least one live stream from over there, but then we have like they have phone booths. Like if y'all don't know much about co-working space, you gotta find like conference rooms a lot of times, and depending on the rooms, you use room credits and stuff like that, and so it's kind of interesting. But saying all that to say, they have phone booths over there that are they're not like a regular like phone booth style, like a small phone booth. It's more so like the room that I was in last time it's a full, like it's basically like big enough to have a nice size desk in it. It has I'll probably say it's like at least probably like a 6x6 room, maybe something like that, 5x5, 6x6 room. And then it's like I don't have to use my room credits for it. I can just come in and put my name on like which time block I want, and I can live stream from there. So I'm saying all that to say, because I know right now my goal is to be at Techtown on Mondays and Tuesdays, or like before 3 pretty much. So on Tuesday I'll probably plan that stream. Yeah. So that's my goal anyway. Um, but yeah, really the big thing is like, uh, if y'all hear it, it just make it easier. It make it easier. But I know I got to be more consistent. So, um, people have been keeping me honest, and I appreciate it. But I definitely have to like take my time with making sure that I'm not overdoing it. So I feel good about that. Like I said, I had 2 interns start on Monday, and they're still getting up to speed. Um, Monday and Tuesdays, I plan on working from Tech Town, and then the rest of the week, I plan on working remotely. And then depending the days that I work from Tech Town, like I'll have babysitting or something like that. So just figuring it out right now. But I would like to get to a point where I just go live at 9 a.m. So I'm getting some structure going. But I will be teaching 9 to 1. I think I'm gonna be teaching 9 to 1 Monday through Thursday from the beginning of July to the middle of August. So I'm teaching a Python certification for DAPSEP, and it's a part of the GDYT program. So if you don't know what DAPSEP is, because you're not from the city, DAPSEP is the Detroit Area Pre-College Engineering Program. And GDYT is Grow Detroit's Young Talent. So Grow Detroit's Young Talent like runs every single summer, and it's basically like an opportunity for I want to say you can be 16, or do they do I don't know if they do middle school, but you can be. It's like for high school and high school and young adults to find different internship opportunities essentially, but there's different buckets of programming that goes on. So you do have like traditional internships where people will like students will have like a 6-week job that they work. They'll work part-time, they'll work like 20 hours a week, and they will get paid for it, obviously. But then outside of the actual regular job or internships, they also have there's training programs as well. So even whether you're in an internship or a training program, if you're in GDYT, you get paid regardless to do whatever it is that you're doing. So in my case, I am teaching a Python certification. So my students are going to be getting paid to learn Python, and then their certification is going to get paid for as well. So that is, let's see. July 7th. Does it start on the 7th? Yeah. July 7th through August 14th. So it's 6 weeks. It's Monday through Thursday, and I teach for like 4 or 5 hours a day or something like that. I think I technically teach 4 hours a day, and then they have a professional development hour as well. So that'll be coming up. But yeah, I'm still planning around this. So I want to sit down and actually figure out what my schedule is going to be. And that way I'm like, I know that y'all will know when to expect me. But I still can keep like a Friday stream going. Like today is Friday, so I still can keep an all day Friday stream going, hopefully. I don't have I try not to have meetings and stuff on Fridays too often or anything like that, so I have some breathing room. And then for the most part, yeah, I'll probably do some consistent streams throughout the Monday through Thursday. Because I want to stream still, obviously, even though I'm teaching. I just won't be streaming while I'm teaching. But With that being said, I started to put together, I have to build this curriculum. I'm working on this curriculum right now anyway. So I'm putting together a Python certification. Um, you technically can already find this site and like register or whatever. But I'm putting together a Python certification. So this is the course that the course they're going to go through with me is designed for them to pass the PCEP, which is the entry level Python certification. So yeah, I'm going to start a summer school campaign soon, and this is going to be the first class that we have in summer school. So if you want to do any type of coding workshops with me for the rest of the year, I am absolutely positively without a doubt working on all of those. I don't just be talking out the side of my neck. I have been working on it, so I know I've been mentioning it. So we're going to have, by the end of it, we'll have a regular Python programming certification. We'll have a mini Swift boot camp. We'll have a regular Swift boot camp, and we'll have a web development boot camp, and then we'll also have some mini boot camps for like AI and stuff like that. So yeah, summer school. Why am I being punished like this? Welcome in, Elliot. That's funny. You got a pilot group for it. It's gonna be whoever want to be in there. I'm about to finish this is on my list of things to do today, because I already started getting together like all of the material and everything, so you know what to expect for the content. Technically you can already register and whatnot, so but this is the same material that I'm going to be using to teach the GDYT program. But obviously with GDYT, they are already sponsored. Their program was sponsored by DAPSEP and GDYT. So those students, they're going to be getting paid by GDYT to go through their program. So I'm like, y'all would never understand how amazingly like blessed y'all are to be getting paid to get a Python certification. Like, I wish I did GDYT when I was like right at the cusp of the cutoff age, and that's how I got into tech actually. So it's a very full circle, because when I went to work for Grand Circus, when I went there as an intern, I was a GDYT intern. That's how I started working for Grand Circus. I didn't even know Grand Circus existed, and I was a mechanical engineering student at the time. And then I ended up, the goal of GDYT, like if you do an internship, the goal is hopefully that you like stay on at the work site that you get placed at, which is basically what happened with me. And then, yeah, that like literally a lot of what I'm doing today all started from me doing that internship. But yeah, I actually was working for 20 hours a week or whatever the case may be, versus like I said, with my students, they're going to be getting paid to learn, and their certification exam is paid for them. So beautiful, beautiful opportunities for these lovely, lovely youth of Detroit. But yeah, I'm not like gonna have a pilot group per se. It's just gonna be like, I'm just gonna run it. Whoever signs up, and I'll probably do some like promos and stuff like that for some of the different courses now. But I'm doing like for the more in-depth programs, like I'm going to actually be hosting some like longer term boot camps. That is definitely going to be a little bit more hand selected. Like I need to see who's coming in and that they're serious about it, et cetera, et cetera. But that's another reason why I have like some mini boot camps and mini programs, because I can use those like short-term programs as good like intro programs, and then it also lets me see like how serious people are before going into a long-term program. So lots of things going there. Also will be recruiting instructors too. So some of y'all experienced folk out there. Tired AF from playing Elden Ring till like 2 a.m. What was I just watching? Did Elden Ring just have something new come out? Because I was just watching somebody streaming Elden Ring like the last couple days. I did decide I'm playing my game this week. But yeah, you don't have to go to summer school. But I think some people like, you got the, it's just a campaign. It's just a campaign. It's just an excuse to do it now. Because I was supposed to do like a birthday month type of thing. And that was going to be like something that was exciting. But then I don't even think I streamed last month. Maybe I did. So anyways, let's go back to what I was doing before. So yeah, PCEP. And I think I need to just include the cost of the exam in the training. Exam, single shot. That's not right. It says $95 for a single shot in the practice test, but I'm pretty sure $95 gets you a retake. Yeah. $95 gets you a retake. One thing I want to figure out is like, let me see something. Yeah, they let me buy more than one voucher. This is annoying. This guy holding a certificate that he's not really holding is funny to me. Okay, yep. I was just kind of revalidating in my head the price. Yep, I think I'm gonna leave it how it is because you need to. It's like $100 for your exam, retake, and a practice test. All right, so I'll be working on that site a little bit later. Let's see. I was making myself a to-do list. So circling back, y'all. If you missed it the first time, I need to post this for y'all. AI startup school. Oh, I posted it already in Discord. The AI startup school. Where is it? In AIML. I posted the link to AI startup school. Highly fucking recommend if you are trying to do anything productive with AI right now as a tech person. You definitely want to learn about building agents. And this AI startup school, they're going to have the Agentic AI series starts next week. You can watch it in real time, but then they also have they do the videos on demand as well. So I want y'all to know about that because some people that was following me last year, y'all know I did AI startup school last year with Google, and it was a generative AI one that they did last year. It was really, really good. Like the content is so good. And then another thing is that usually a part of this process, they give you free credits to use. Um, so like we got last year we got credits for GCP, and we also got credits for their they got like a technical learning platform, and we got credits for that as well. Oh, Google Cloud Skills Boost, that's what it was called. We got Google Cloud Skills Boost credits. So they have a bunch of different labs and stuff that you could follow through. They're going to give us 200 credits. Let me see if I got any credits still in my account right now. This is literally how you get to the Matrix. It's happening either way. That's really my thing. Like, it's happening either way. So I'd rather be a part of being able to possibly help with the solutions. But I've always been into AI most of my startup career, honestly. Um, yeah, see, I think I let some of my credits expire, but I still have 80 credits. These are my credits from last year. I used some of them, but um, they expire after a while. So I have 80 right now, but I'm going to get like 200 credits, I think, whenever I finish the first lab for Cloud Skills Boost. Let me see. Go back to Cloud Skills Boost. Oh, I guess that was the home right there. There's some really good fucking like there's some really good content in here, y'all. Especially if you do anything on GCP, like there's some really good content here. So let's see what paths they got right now. I was on this MLE track. Let's see what's in here right now, because I'm sure it's been updated. All right, so you got Intro to AI and Machine Learning. That's an 8-hour course, so that's like a legit course. Preparing data for ML APIs. Working with notebooks. Creating ML models with BigQuery ML. Engineering data for predictive modeling. So that's BigQuery stuff. I still want to do some stuff with BigQuery, because BigQuery is pretty powerful. Feature engineering, build, train, and deploy. Production machine learning systems, ML ops, which is good. More ML ops. And then they get into generative AI, large language models, ML ops for generative AI. Cause like I want to say this stuff was not in the MLE track before. I feel like generative AI was in its own track, and this is probably a newer course too. ML ops model evaluation, build and deploy machine learning solutions, create generative AI apps, and then you got responsible AI across the different categories. Okay. Yeah, this is that's solid. That's solid. I'm looking to see though, like they're probably going to, if they don't already, gonna do a path for agents, agentic building, API developer path. What's the startup innovators path? I need to get on here. Modernizing data lakes, data warehouses, AI and machine learning in the cloud, cloud IM. I need to get on there. I really am gonna try to leverage some GCP credits for a startup that I'm working on. Integrate generative AI into your data workflow. Introduction to generative AI learning path. Yeah, see, there was a separate path for generative AI before. Large language models. All of this is in the machine learning path except prompt design. And then what's in the advanced path? That's why I'm in all of those tracks, because they were not combined before. Ooh, yeah, this is the good one though. This is like the highly technical section of the generative AI. So it gets into the transformers, the encoder decoders, how to work with attention. This is, yeah. So I'm about to be in summer school too. Okay, so don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, but we got to keep our skills going. And it's just right now I feel like, yeah, it is kind of hard out here in the job industry. In the our economy is kind of struggling, but at the same time it's so many opportunities. You just have to figure out where the tides are going. I'm grateful that I have been focused on AI for a while, but I also feel like I'm underutilizing my skills right now. And I should be getting my projects out there more, and I should be like focused a lot more on it. So we are leaning in. We are leaning all the way in. And then it helps a lot that I finally have a funded program. Like, having a funded program is it's definitely something I've been working hard on. And the fact that we do have that means, like, yeah, there's other people that can work on the program besides me now. So let me catch y'all up on this. So the Detroit Hacker House, I told y'all about this last year. I was working on the house full time last year because I had a pilot cohort in the house last year. So this is a general program that myself and my business partner run. Pretty much I direct this program. And I get his support here and there. The house that we use and everything is he owns it, but I pretty much exclusively run this program. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. The whole goal is basically a residential accelerator program, where our goal is to like remove the barriers of just like day-to-day needs that founders have, so that you could just focus on building your product. Not only do we include room and board and weekly cleanings and pretty much all the resources that you need within the house, we also do specialized coaching. So you will also be working with a coach throughout the program. We use the lean startup methodology, so you will be going through and hopefully starting out with, if you haven't already, done some customer discovery, figuring out the proposed solution, and then building the MVP around that, and then doing some testing iterations to refine your MVP and get your idea, move your idea towards venture capital, being venture capital ready. That's the whole goal of the program. And with that being said, we now have the Live, Innovate, Playhouse. So you will notice if you come to Detroit Hacker House right now, the Live, Innovate, Playhouse is the main thing that we're highlighting. So almost all of the call to action buttons on here take you over to the Live, Innovate, Playhouse. However, we are always accepting applications in our general application section. You can always submit an application. And I kind of mentioned it earlier, but maybe I didn't mention it to y'all earlier, but I am definitely fundraising for our general programs. And I also have I have to like put out a couple emails and pitch decks actually today to meet with some potential sponsors for the general program. So anyways, We're going to talk about Live, Innovate, Play because this is the one that is actively funded at the moment. Live, Innovate, Play is a student-based hacker house. So this is a partnership with TechTown Detroit, and we have our sponsorship is from the MEDC, or the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. So starting this month, we are launching startup programming workshops and different networking opportunities for students to understand what it means to start a startup, how to get engaged in the community, and helping them to start to build out an idea and refine that idea. So the overall timeline looks like across the summer, we're going to start doing some like intro workshops, info sessions, um, 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 what do you call it, open house and things like that. In the fall and in the winter, we're going to do some educational workshops, so breaking down the different points in the process that we want them to be able to go through. And then they'll also have the opportunity to apply those concepts to a design challenge. And in the fall, we're going to do customer discovery and coming up with an idea and proposing your idea. In the winter, we're going to do wireframing and building the MVP. So all of that builds up to, in summer of 2026, 8 to 10 of our 25 students will be living full time in the house. And like I said, it's not just the idea of having the like housing, which is great. We have housing. We provide stipend so that whoever's in the house can pretty much live worry free. But on top of that, we have dedicated like weekly coaching. We'll have like entrepreneurs in residence, or EIRs, that come in and actually meet with the students. We'll have workshops hosted inside of the house. So like everything is bringing the resources to the cohort. And then we're going to have demo day at the end. So that's like the big thing that I've been working on. So like I said, some of y'all know, like last year I was piloting this program and I did live in the house and everything. Hopefully by next summer, I will actually have like a resident advisor that can stay in the house. And yeah, it's definitely a work in progress right now, but it is official. So we were announced in today at Wayne. Let's see. So our first story, our program was broadcast in today at Wayne. That was, that's right. Let me see. I can't remember how long ago it was now. So let's go to this one. Hello, page 2. Here it is. So this was our this is the Wayne State story, and we do have some events coming up. So June 18th, I'm going to be hosting Startup 101. That's going to be just like an intro workshop for folks to join, start getting some information about the program, and also just start wrapping their mind out of, around the idea of starting a startup if that's something that's interesting to them. July 10th, we will be doing a takeover of Wayne. TechTown has an event called First Thursdays, which I literally was at yesterday. But our July 1st Thursdays is going to be themed after student entrepreneurship. So I'm looking to host student entrepreneurs to have tables there. And then also we want to encourage more students to come and attend that version of First Thursdays. So that being said, we got our announcement officially on the 21st in the Today at Wayne news, and then Cranes Detroit is like probably one of the most popular, if not the most popular, business news around here. And let me see, technology. We got a story in here last week. I want to say this one launched. So yeah, May 28th. So this also talks more about our program, but this one I like this article because it's a little more generic. It actually talks more about the overall program itself, like our founders on the Detroit Black Tech side and things like that. But all that being said, essentially, I am just excited and looking forward to like doing more and more of these cohorts, and I want to be able to just have general cohorts that I can decide like what the admissions criteria are, and I also would like to be able to extend the duration of the program beyond just 3 months, because I would love that. I'm like, if you're doing well with us after 3 months, then I want it to be like at least up to a year that somebody can stay in the house. We can keep working on the idea. We can keep helping to fundraise and things like that, or we can work on some like transitional housing if that's needed and everything. So I'm still working on this. It's just such a work in progress, but so much progress has been made at the same time, so that's very, very exciting for me. So yeah, more to come on other cohorts, but if you know of any Wayne State students, or they could be Wayne State students, or they can be a 2024 or a 2025 grad from Wayne State. It is specifically Wayne State students. That's how the proposal was written. That's how the grant was written. So so it's very much, that's like the baseline, but like you don't have to be a tech person. You can have an idea. You can be from other disciplines outside of tech and business. And we want to help form some like multidisciplinary teams to work on these projects and things like that, of course. So that is very exciting. And so when I keep saying like, oh, I got interns and stuff, my interns right now are working on this program with me. What else? So we got that going. That's Detroit Hacker House. I think I posted. I should put it in tech opportunities too. I put it in tech opportunities, but I posted it in general. I posted about it. Yeah, I posted about it in general. I should forward this over to tech opportunities, because those applications are open and live, and we are accepting applicants on a rolling basis. So it's good for folks to get in there and start applying sooner than later. So if y'all know people, send them my way. Seriously, 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 seriously. Um, where's the tech opportunities? Okay, so there's that. Like I said, we got the PCEP program. I'm going to put this up and get this running this weekend, and just I'm going to start working on this material. So it's literally going to it's I'm going to start on this, and then whoever signs up, and then I'll have that material already kind of prepared and everything like that. Once I get the page up for the PCEP, then I think the next page I'm going to put up is for the Python mini bootcamp. Um, then I'll put up the page for, probably I need to put up a AI MVP, like building using AI to build your MVP. I need to do some like training around that, so I'm gonna put that up, and then I will put up the more in-depth boot camps. So I have for sure been working, y'all. I'm like, I know sometimes I'm like telling y'all about stuff and it's like a slow coming, but it's definitely working in the background. And not being the only one working on my projects makes a big difference too. Okay. So, anything else interesting I'm gonna put on this list? What is agentic AI and easy explanation? Ooh, see, IBM probably has a whole playlist. I'm putting this one on here too. I'm about to go. I'm about to go to their page and see if they got a playlist. Videos. I pretty much want to see damn near everything probably that IBM has published recently. Let's look at the playlist. Make my life simple. AI technical tutorials. Okay, that'll be good. Understanding AI models would be good. Large language models and chatbots would be good. Let's see what's in this technical tutorials one. Choose a language model, optimizing RAG, chatbots lane graph. Full stack AI development, agentic RAG systems, RAG in 3 steps. Okay, so that's a good one to add. Let me see what's on AI in action. That's a podcast. Understanding AI models, large language models. I'm gonna look at this one first. How large language models work, what is prompt tuning, hallucinations, translations, zero shot, chatbots. Okay, and then what's on the understanding models? Create a new model, how large language models work. I think this is the better one. Random forest, NLP, NLU, knowledge graphs, modeling, forecasting, time series. All right, so I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to put one of these on and then put the other one on. 5 new steps. I think most of this stuff is older. Yeah, most of this stuff is older. Let's stay focused on the large language models and then come to the AI models later. So I at least want this stuff. But why can't I just add it to my queue? Here, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna go to the last video. Hello. Go to the last video. And then do play all. I just destroyed my queue. I'm mad now. That just destroyed my whole queue. All right. Oh. YouTube, get better. I should have just had a button that let me do that. It just took over my queue though. I don't like that. I wanted to watch those videos. All right, let me build this back. There was some good stuff in here I wanted to watch. That's why I was putting stuff in my watch later too. Because I always have an issue with that. Matter of fact. I'm about to go back and figure out which videos I had added. All right, so we need this video from Cloud on Air. This is our most important video, so this is the main one we need to start with, because this is the prep video for Startup School. So that's first, and then which one did I put those data? Yep, I put prompting in here. I think I put this one in there. This one goes in there. I think that Microsoft one goes in here. I had this one in there too, but where's that Microsoft one? 5 types of agents. So we're doing this. Okay, I think I got. I think I redid my whole fucking. I redid my whole queue from my YouTube stream. Repton Tech, Rep TV, welcome in. It's long time, long time. Look, just been trying to do all the things, all the things. How's everything going? Let me see. All right, so I did. Let me see what else we got in here. We got the Stanford video in here. Did I have this one in here? I don't remember. No, I did not, because I watched that before. I think I saw that live. I want the 5 types of agents and the risks video from IBM. Save to watch later. Save this to watch later. Okay, let me check on. I think those are. Let's see. What's been going on over here? Nothing new lately. How I use LLMs. All right. Okay, so we got our background. We got our background learning. All right, and then I have a little to-do list somewhere. Where is it? This is what I'm supposed to be doing today. So we already did. Already did a team stand up. Can't see it. Task list. I need to do some follow-up emails. Gotta do that code review, IDE setup. Okay, so right now I'm going to watch the week 0. That's a pretty good spot for that. I'm gonna watch the week 0 for startup school. That way, whatever I do need to set up, I'll be able to get that set up based off of what they are expecting. Then anything else I need to set up, I can. Rhea, thank you for following. Welcome in. I finally feel confident in my in my queue. That almost blew me. Like, I hate when that happens. Like, I go and build this like real nice queue, and then I end up blowing it away one way or another, and it makes me so sad. Trying to go back and refine all the videos I put in the queue could be so hard. And then sometimes, like, I know that happens, so sometimes I try to remind myself to just save the queue as a playlist just in case, but yeah, the struggle is real. So I'm gonna start this one. Pause. Let's bring this up. Give you full screen access. I'll fix the audio so if y'all want to listen in, you can. Can I move where these? Oh, look at that. When did we start doing that? Okay. I'm gonna try to do like upper left hand corner because I feel like they don't. That's like a safe space. Miss Signer, have a good day at work. Thank you. I'm working on Look, by the time you come back, I might have converted them all over to braids. I got 2 braids in so far, and I need to. It's almost lunch. It's about to be lunchtime. I gotta figure out what I'm eating for lunch. But let's finish the yerba mate. And I'm going to think about my lunch situation. I want to test something real quick. Is my Discord audio going to... Does that get picked up too? Like... Let me see something. Settings. Voice and video. Test, 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 test. Test. Yeah, it does. Okay. So, what if I make a new screen capture? Window. Here. So, where'd I put it? It's right here. Make that visible. So big. Stop. So much stuff on this screen. All right, that's better. So then I can hide that one because otherwise I don't want my team chat popping up in the stream. Let me see. Mic audio, YouTube.
Start.
Yep. And then test, 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 test. Okay. Gotta keep it secure. Gotta keep it secure. Okay. What am I doing? We don't need the music in the background, I guess. All right, locked in. I really want it full screen though, without the rest of that other stuff on it. Okay.
Hello and welcome to Startup School AI Agentic with Google Cloud. My name is Alejandro Ferez and I'm a Google Cloud architect working within Google Cloud with startups like yourselves. Today we're going to chat about how to start with Google Cloud and how to build your first AI agents on Google Cloud. But for that, we need to go over the essentials. And this is a starter session for startups and developers. Let's get started. Here's a quick agenda and a rundown of what we're going to go through. First, we're going to hit what is Google Cloud. Then, second, Google Cloud definitions. Third, we're going to go over how we manage this cloud identities. Then, we're going to go into Cloud IAM, which is how you manage that in GCP per se. Then, we're going to look at administrative tools. And then, we're going to close off with AI with Google. This agenda, it's an overview. I want you guys to feel like you can keep up with the slides, but I'm going to do demos in between the sections. All right. So let's get started. What is Google Cloud? As everybody knows, Google has more than 9 services with more than 1 billion users each. That is a crazy amount of users, specifically that everybody uses it somehow or another. Some way or another, you could use Maps or YouTube, Android devices, Google Photos is a big one. But more importantly, like something like Chrome, right? To serve your web services through Chrome. And we know how to do this at scale. This is something that we've done for a long time, and we know how to scale. So everything that you see here runs in the same infrastructure as our Google Cloud Platform, which we'll be talking about later today. So this is a couple of numbers that we have around our infrastructure. So we have over 41 cloud regions, 124 zones. So that each region has at least 3 zones or more. Then we have edge locations, which help us with something like networking to improve our speed, our latency. Then we have CDN locations, dedicated interconnect locations, which we're going to go over later videos. And then we have over 20 plus Google data centers, and that is a lot of compute. Very important. We also have renewable projects within our regions. So that is very important for Google Cloud and Google as a company. And then we also have 33 subsea cables that connect each continent with each other. So this is just to give you an idea of where all of our regions are. And there's a couple that are not here, but are still in development. And there are future regions. So we keep adding more regions to the map, which is very important for our customers worldwide, and keep that latency as low as possible for all of our services. All right. Here are some of the connectivity that we run across regions. Obviously, we have the edge points of presence. And like I said, they're not necessarily regions. It's not like a major data center, but it's something that connects or brings that network connectivity closer to an area that not necessarily doesn't have a region. So, for example, we have Colombia here with Bogota. You have a point of presence that enables services to be low latency to that region. And then we have the major regions here in Santiago de Chile and then Brazil, Sao Paulo. The same for the rest of the continents, but this is our network, regions, and point of presence. This is very impressive because if you see here, this is where we lay our own subsea cables. You see a little shark having some snack on subsea cable, but we lay the cables and we also maintain them. So all the network infrastructure that we lay on Google Cloud is maintained and provided by Google as a whole. That's why our latency is so low. Google is the number 4 server worldwide manufacturer, and that's right. We also manufacture our own servers. So if you see some of these servers not necessarily look like something like Dell or HP because they are basically open, right? So you see some of these servers are just the slides directly into the rack rather than have a box and have the motherboard and all the instruments inside of the box. We keep the cooling as efficient as possible. So that's why it doesn't have even an enclosing. Some of these are enclosed, but most of them are open, just like this. And also, we wouldn't be Google if we didn't like to color code all of our connections here in an example. I'm going to quickly jump to what our shared responsibility matrix looks like. So we have SaaS, we have PaaS, and we have IaaS. So the first one is um, software as a service, where if you see down in the legend, Google manages almost everything about it, right? All the way up to usage. You manage the access policies and the content. Something like Gmail and Drive are an example of software as a service. Then we jump to something like platform as a service. We have BigQuery. Um, that is something that you manage, but you have the control over the usage, the access policies, and the content. However, this is something that we call serverless, where you have to take care of just that, and they will take care of the deployment and everything that entitles bring you a service that constitutes a platform. And then lastly, we have infrastructure as service that will give you the building blocks for you to build whatever you need to build. So if your application requires total control over your identity or your web application security, you have that ability under your belt. So if you're familiar with cloud, this should come as naturally as possible to you, but it's just a quick reminder of what each of those categories are. All right, so let's jump into some Google Cloud definitions. And this is very important and also very exciting because sometimes when you get into cloud, it is extremely important to understand what each of those definitions mean, because a lot of the security and the infrastructure setup relies on knowing what each of those definitions are. All right, so let's start. The first is a resource manager. So in Google Cloud, we like to distribute our infrastructure by four different terms, right? So the first one, we have the hierarchy head, which would be the organizational node. This would be the equivalent of the name of your company, the domain, the name domain, and this is basically where your company will live in Google Cloud, right? So it manages everything, right? So everything lives underneath the organization. The next step would be folders, which would be either departments or teams or products that you may have under your company. These will host something that is called projects. And projects are actually where your resources live, right? So your resource is a VM, is storage, is any service that GCP provides will live inside a project. Now, you can have folders within folders, but you can have a structure as simple as organization, folder, project, and that's it. You don't need to get fancy to start with. You can be as clear and simple as possible with this type of hierarchy. This is just an example, but you can have folders within folders if you have products within one team, or you have different departments within different departments. Then we have organizations. Organizations, let's double click on that. You have the root node, which is, I'll give you an example, blank.io, right? Blank.io will be the name of your domain, and it gives you the visibility and control over everything that happens inside of the organization. So that will be all your projects. You'll be able to see all the resource within your organization. So each workspace and cloud identity account is associated with one organization only. Right? So if you're a workspace or a cloud or a GCP customer, you will only have one organization. It allows you to enforce different policies at a organization wide, and you can have that security and governance across everything that you have in the cloud. Right? So you have your entire cloud resource hierarchy, and we have a command there for the shell, and I'll touch on that later in the video. Then we have folders. And like I said before, it's just a grouping mechanism. We keep it as simple as possible. If you could imagine a folder in any OS, you have the ability to just have folders within folders up to 10 levels deep. And you have a combination of both. You can have delegation of administration rights, where you can give some rights to some folders and some to others. And it's inherited. So it's a policy inheritance for IAM policies when you set them up at the organization level. So each folder can have different groups that are managed by other groups. And that's how you basically give access to other projects if you can. It's better to do it at this level rather than the project level, because you give a hierarchy or an inheritance point rather than managing each folder individually or each project individually. And then lastly, we have the project resource, which is the base organizing entity within GCP and is the lowest logical group of resources. This is basically where your resources are going to live, meaning your machines, your virtual machines, your Kubernetes clusters, your BigQuery services, your Cloud SQL databases, everything will live in projects, and you can track and enable billing for these projects, right? So you can manage permissions, you can manage credentials, you can enable services and APIs, which is how Google Cloud operates. And yes, this is basically the lowest of the hierarchy in the nodes. And then we jump to something very important, and this is when it gets a little bit complicated, but don't worry, we're here for this. The billing account is basically to define who pays for what, given a set of resources. So this is basically how you attach payment profiles to different projects, right? So a billing account always includes a payment instrument, which is how you charge the customer. So for Google to charge you, you have one billing account. You can have multiple billing accounts to divide however you want to deal with the bill. But it could be deployed in two ways. Self-serve, which is you can create your organization, you can create the payment profile, and then it gets attached to a billing account, or invoice, which is offline and you basically can pay through a wire. And it's more when your account is already embedded by Google Cloud, you have a relationship that is a little bit more lasting, or through a partner, right? The resource consumption is measured on rates or usage time, number of items, or feature use. That to say that is any service that you use within Google Cloud, and all of the services include some free tiers. There's some free tiers links that we'll share later today, but that will also include those credits for those free tiers. We won't ever charge you for those free tiers, but that will be reflected on the bill or the report later on the month. Now, this is just to give you an idea of how that looks. We have the domain, which is the cloud level. We have the organization. Then we have billing accounts that are associated directly to the projects. And this is very important. These are related to the projects rather than the folders, because the projects are where the actual resources are living, right? You can label the different projects with different names, but the billing account you can attach to different projects, to one project, to however many projects you want. Then you have within the projects, you have your VMs, which you can also label. So you have a better understanding of how much you're using within your department or your organization. And then that billing account gets linked to a payments profile, right? So if you want to spend some time here or pause this video, please go ahead to give an understanding of understand how Google Cloud splits that resource hierarchy. Let's double click on projects, which is the main unit of Google Cloud. Again, is the base level of organizing your entities, and it does not correspond to a particular region or geographic region. What that means is that whenever you deploy, let's say, for example, a compute engine machine. That compute engine machine could live in any region. You just have this abstract project, right? Which is to hold your resources. So I could have a compute engine in US Central and have another compute engine in US East 4, right? So that way you have all your resources in one place and you enable billing into one single place. All right, let's jump into cloud identity. Cloud identity is very important because it's the way that you authenticate and you authorize your users. And that's very important to understand how we separate those two. If you're familiar with your Gmail accounts and if you're familiar with principals and service accounts, that's what I'm going to talk about in this section. First, let's talk about authentication. How do you authenticate into Google? Most or everybody just authenticates with their Gmail account, right? But if you have your own organization, you're going to have an org, which would be an at blank.io, for example. That's how you authenticate, which is just to say, who are you, right? Who is logging into Google right now? Who's logging into this organization? And then we have this separate Cloud IAM, which is for authorization, which enables you to add different roles to those users that you previously created, right? Those users can be created within the cloud identity, and then you can add those roles and authorize it for different things within GCP. I'll touch on what those roles mean, but it's basically what can you do within the platform. So can you delete a project? Can you add a compute engine machine? Can you create a table within BigQuery? Those kinds of roles. Let's go over the type of user accounts. The first one is
I want to
consumer
hear that
users, and the
again.
second one will be organization managed users. For their Gmail account,
Because the
important to understand how.
identity access on the cloud is so complicated. It's like the what I want to say, permissions are so fine grained that you need to understand how the auth-in and auth-g work for sure. I've done some stuff on GCP already, but I had 1,000 issues trying to get my service accounts configured with the right type of access.
We separate those two. If you're familiar with your Gmail accounts and if you're familiar with principals and service accounts, that's what I'm going to talk about in this section. First, let's talk about authentication. How do you authenticate into Google? Most or everybody just authenticates with their Gmail account, right? But if you have your own organization, you're going to have an org, which would be an at blank.io, for example. That's how you authenticate, which is just to say, who are you, right? Who is logging into Google right now? Who's logging into this organization? And then we have this separate class.
I'll be right back. I need a couple things for my hair. I kind of want to be able to hear. I'm going to.
Cloud IAM, which is for authorization, which enables you to add different roles to those users that you previously created, right? Those users can be created within the cloud identity, and then you can add those roles and authorize it for different things within GCP. I'll touch on on what those roles mean, but it's basically what can you do within the platform. So can you delete a project? Can you add a compute engine machine? Can you create a table within BigQuery? Those kinds of roles. Let's go over the type of user accounts. The first one is consumer users, and the second one will be organization managed users. Consumer users is everything that it ends in a Gmail account, gmail.com. Users that have this are basically managed by Google, and you have no control over how we manage the deployment and everything. It's basically you can access that user and use it for your Google Cloud platform or whatever. However, though, having said that, we recommend avoiding using Gmail accounts for your GCP. Why, you may ask? If it's a company, you don't want a Gmail account to be associated with your organization. First, it allows other companies to vet that you're actually a valid domain. And second, it also enables us to build a reputation of your company as well. As you may understand, within cloud, there's a lot of fraud, and to keep that as transparent as possible, is easier to manage organization manage users. It's easier for you to understand who is within your organization. So users with the creation and authentication options are managed by you or your organization. So organization manage users are highly recommended for the platform, because that way you can audit, you can control, and you can have those security measures in place and understanding who is accessing your platform at any time. Here we have two consoles for user access management. The first one would be the admin.google.com. And if you're familiar with Google Workspace, which is everything that includes your documents, your Gmail, everything that doesn't have to do with GCP, which is the Google Cloud Platform, is managed through Google, admin.google.com. Here is where you can add new users to your organization. So you can have blank at .io, but you could have like admin at blank.io, right? You can create groups, you can create OUs. Is equivalent of having Active Directory within Google Admin. So this is how you manage your groups. This is how you manage your organizational units. And then you use that also for accessing your Gmail, every product that is underneath below here. So Google Photos, Gmail, anything. Now, the other side of the coin is console.cloud.google.com. This is specifically for your Google Cloud Platform's resources. So anything that has to do with your roles and authorization within the platform has to be managed through here. So I'll give you an example. You can create a user within Google Admin, and then that Google Admin, you can add it within Cloud IAM on GCP. And I give a quick example of that in a minute. All right, so let's move on to users and groups. Within the admin.google.com, you can create different uh, groups of management, right? So you have your groups for administrators, right? The people who can actually use or manage the organization. And Google admin roles only manage aspects of cloud identity. So like user group management, and they're very different from Google Cloud roles. So to give an example, an admin role within Google Admin may be something like you can add or delete users within your organization. A role within GCP or in Cloud IAM will be something like, can you create projects within GCP? Can you create BigQuery tables? Can you create databases? It's not going to be related to the actual organization, but rather your control over your projects that live in your organization within GCP, right? So these are the main differences between the two. Here's a more graphic way of thinking about this. You may have your manual control of your API. So you have your user groups, you have your APIs, which is like Gmail and so on. Maybe you upload a file to your Gmail or your Drive. Then you manage your users through Cloud Identity, which is admin.google.com. You can add new users, create new users, create groups, create OUs. And then once you have that set up, you can jump to Cloud IAM. Cloud IAM will basically give you the ability to create new roles or assign specific roles to either create new machines, manage your Google Cloud resources in general. So if it's a bucket that you need to work with, or if it's a pub sub infrastructure that you need to manage, you can do that directly through Cloud IAM. So Cloud IAM is your go-to for all roles within GCP. All right. With that, I'm gonna jump to Cloud IAM. Cloud IAM is the GCP control panel for everything that has to do with authorization within GCP. It lets you manage the access and define who that person is and what access and what organization can they access, right? So it lets you adopt that security principle of the least privilege. So you always, when you add a principle, you want to give only what is necessary for that person or principal to do its job. So you can grant access to cloud entity members, which are the following types. You can have a Google Cloud account, which is, in this example, john.doe@yourcompany.com. You could have service accounts. You could have Google Groups. You could have Google Workspace domain or Cloud Entity domain. So you could have a full domain to give access to Cloud IAM. Now, for example, service accounts are accounts that are not managed by a person, right? A person doesn't log into that account, but rather you can impersonate that service account, or if you want to automate a service or a process within GCP, you can use service accounts, hence the name service. Google Groups, you can add multiple groups to or multiple principals to that group, and then have that group be given a set of rules. So you don't have to control each and individual principal roles manually. So this is a quick overview of what that looks like. So you have the identity up in the top. You have the user account, which you created in Google Admin. Then you have that inside a group. And then you may have a service account, which also belongs to another group or the same group. The best practice is to give those names a specific name to, let's say, for a service account, to understand that that service account is an actual service account. Within GCP, you have the ability to create those service accounts and also have a quick memo of what they are and understand what that is or what that is doing. Now, you have the IAM rules, which is who can do what, who can edit what, right? And then each of these, so in this example, we have John, we have GCP app dev add service account. And then we can give it, hey, you can edit, and then you tell it what resources you can use it on, right? So if you want to be able to delete or make compute instances, you can. And then that role will be, you can create compute instances and you'll see the roles whenever you're setting it up. And then lastly, you can set up different conditions. You can set it that you can only work between Monday and Friday, which are weekdays or weekends or whatever. So we have full granularity over the authorization rules within GCP. We have everything under the control of Cloud IAM, which is completely separate from your organizational user accounts or administrators. So you could have something like a finance principal that is only dealing with finance and only has access to GCP, to Google Cloud. And then you could have something like a person to like a person that is in marketing that doesn't necessarily need to touch GCP at all. They can deal with Gmail and all the other consumer products, right? So that's a quick overview of what IAM policy is. Let's go over what types of roles we have. The first one is the perimeter role, which is the legacy role that it spans over multiple services. You can have owner, editor, and viewer roles, and each of those are very broad, and that's where we try to avoid those. A lot of people just try to have like a super user as owner, for example, of a project, to have basically God level roles or God level power over a project. Then you have editor and viewer roles, which are more limited, which I also recommend over owner. Overall, we do not recommend these unless you absolutely are comfortable with that, or if it's a super user. If it's someone that just needs to have like viewer or a role of observer, you can give it viewer roles. They have no power over what they can delete or what they can deploy. So that one is okay if you need to give viewership to someone within your organization. Then we have predefined roles, which is more fine-grained access. So I give you an example. If it's something like BigQuery, you can give it a predefined role of being a user of BigQuery. Then we have fine-grained. Give you an example. BigQuery of BigQuery, which means you can use whatever data sets you have within that BigQuery service, right? But then you can delete it, you can create, you can just use it, right? And there's multiple predefined roles that you can go deeper and deeper levels of granularity. And then if are enough for you, you can create your own. So you can pick and choose of those predefined roles to make your own custom role if you need. Then we have service accounts, and this is very important. I know I touched a bit previously, where if you want to create an account that represents an application, that represents an application or a virtual machine, you can do that through service accounts. You can create this in entrance in a Cloud SQL database. So things like that is basically to keep the organization and the authorities clear of who's doing what if it's not a human being, right? These service accounts are created by users or services. So you're going to see multiple service accounts that are already created, predetermined by GCP, because we work with APIs. And these APIs may be a combination of different services that make calls to different things. So just to give you an example, we have something like managed instance groups. Managed instance groups basically allow you to create groups of compute engine machines that basically span through multiple machines, but are the same over a template. So that needs a service account to basically spawn these machines. All the same, but you still need the service account to actually create the machines. So we have a couple of examples here, like project number, and we highly suggest to give it some kind of number or some kind of ID so you understand what it's doing and where it's coming from. All right, let's move on to administrative tools. And this is very important because it's the way that you administrate your Google Cloud organization and instance. So we have a couple of ways to do it. Yes, we do have a mobile app. You can actually SSH directly into the console through your mobile application. We also have the Google Cloud SDK, which is installing the SDK directly, your G Cloud commands directly in your IDE. Then we also have the Cloud Console and Shell, and we'll show you that in a minute, which is basically a little machine that is spawned directly onto your console, and you can control all of GCP directly through this shell. And then lastly, we have RESTful APIs. So if you don't want to bother with anything of the UI or the shell or the SDK, you can talk through it directly through RESTful APIs. And we try to give you as many features as possible within this API so you can control everything through APIs. So let's touch on each. This is a quick example of how you can manage Google Cloud. We have a set of tools that include gcloud, gsutil, BigQuery, for example, that each manage different things. gcloud you can actually use to create different things like compute engine or create Google Cloud storage buckets. It enables you to have that quick command line into creating things or managing your Google Cloud organization. We have different client libraries. So if you want to use Java or Python or Node.js, you can, and you can install each one of those separately. And then it also has emulators that allow you to simulate those services in like a local environment. So you can test, you can validate before you deploy it onto your application. Then we have your Google Cloud Shell, and this is part of the Google Cloud Console. I'll show you that in a minute. It is basically a temporary Debian based, which it means that even though the machine is temporary, you'll have that persistent disk. And we give you 5 gigs of persistent disk storage. This is completely free. It's not something that you pay extra for using on GCP. It is pre-installed with all Google Cloud SDK, so you don't have to install Google Cloud SDK on this shell. And then you can have web preview functionality, which basically if you want to test something, let's say, for example, a Python application, you can open up a port 8080 and it'll literally open up a window for you to connect to that machine. Then you have built-in organization access, so you don't have to authenticate. Dive deep into what Google AI Studio is. It's super fast. Dive deep into what Google AI Studio is. It's super fast to get going with Gemini. Is a developer tool where you can start using our APIs. You can start prototyping. You can launch apps very quickly with API keys, and you can share your data with Google for model or service improvement. But it is the fastest way to get Gemini working. Now, that being said, if you want something more enterprise and for developers to scale your application, you can go onto Vertex AI Studio on GCP. So Google AI Studio is outside of the GCP platform. So that is the biggest difference. And then Vertex AI Studio, it is living within GCP. So you have the enterprise ready AI platform where you can create your own applications. You can bring your own models. You can serve them directly from Vertex. You can have your privacy policy set. We have the indemnity protection for using our models. We have VPC service controls. We have everything that an enterprise application would need. So that would be Vertex AI Studio. We also have tools to customize your models, augment, train your models, and serve them all from one-stop shop, which is Vertex AI Studio. Here is an overview of everything that is included in Vertex AI. Gemini 2.5 came out, but basically you have access to all of these models and third-party models as well. But we have Google foundational models like Imagen now 4, Chirp, Cody, embeddings. We have all the Google task specific models, which is vision or translation, speech to text. Then we have Google domain specific models like MetaLM and SecLM. And then we have lastly the partner models. So all the Claude models, Llama models are usually in Vertex AI Model Garden within days or on the same day that is announced. And then we also have, open source models like Gemma or uh, Llama, right? So all these models are available as fast as possible in our platform, and you can use them all directly through Vertex AI. Here are the two Google models that we have, or the Google family models. Gemini, which is our largest and the most capable AI model that we have right now, 2.5 Pro. And then we have Gemma, which is our open models. You can download this model, play with the weights, train it however you want. There is small enough model that you can load onto your phone, but these are the two state-of-the-art family of models that Google offers right now. All right, and with that, I want to give you guys a little tour of the console so you guys are familiarized with how Google Cloud's platform is set up. And with that, I usually look first at how to start with Google Cloud. Here is basically how I would start if I was a startup on Google Cloud. I would go directly into Google Cloud setup if I can, um, and then start with one of these three: proof of concept, production, enhanced security. Most of startups do not need all the rest from here. You may have central logging, you may need monitoring. You can do that, but you probably won't use shared VPCs right off the bat, or hybrid connectivity, organizational policies, maybe. So I understand that a lot of people might want to go directly into production, but let's dive into proof of concept. And I may have done a couple of these, but the first one would be creating an organization. And this is very important because a lot of customers may create an account and it just grows without an organization, right? This organization might be created through either cloud identity or workspace, and then you can admin the credentials for your users. We touched on that earlier in the video. So who performs this, right? The person who's going to be the super administrator. This is the person who's going to have God level permissions to the organization, and whoever has access to those DNS configurations of your domain. So you can set up your option if you're a new customer, or if you're a previous customer of Workspace, or if you're a current cloud identity customer. You'll follow this, and I assure you that you're going to have the smoothest experience with Google Cloud. You can sign up for Google Cloud Identity. I have done this already, so I can jump directly into the next step, which is billing. Right now, I can create different principles. If you create, groups. So whenever you click on continue to billing, it's going to create groups that allow you to add users to it. And that way you can manage billing just by adding users, or the person or the people who can access billing to those groups. Is the easiest way to do this because it allows you to not worry about who can manage what and who can do what. So if I create these groups, it'll automatically add the IAM roles, which are all these. All right. And then I have the groups created and the billing task is pending. I can continue to billing, and I can identify my billing account. For example, this is my billing account, and I can continue, and I can confirm my billing account. Notice that I have no users have access to the billing account. That's fine for now because I already have access to somewhere else. And then we can continue to deploy, right? So as I mentioned before, we have the organization node here. So for example, this is my organization node. Then we have a project folder, and then we have a project, right? This is a resource hierarchy, and this is the simplest way to get going, right? If I click deploy, it'll create a project. I already have a project, so I don't want to deal with that right now. And then you have different organizational policies. So things like maybe you want to add users from somewhere else, you can do that. Maybe you want to give public access. You can always modify this. I can't modify this because I'm not the super user of my specific organization. So I can only touch some of these, but you should be able to touch on most of these if you want. Then you click deploy, and you're literally ready to go with Google Cloud. Now, The other thing that you can work on is APIs, right? So these APIs are basically what control Google Cloud. And you can check anytime by just searching here APIs. And that way you can see what your APIs or which APIs are enabled. You see everything that it's enabled, and you see the requests and the number of errors and everything. But you have a library of things that you can enable, right? And within here, you can search whatever you need and you can enable that. So if you do not enable that, nobody can use it, right? That way we have full authority of who's using what within our project. All right. Something else that I wanted to show you is the shell. And the shell is, like I mentioned, a small little machine that runs in GCP and you can use for any of your needs within GCP. So I'm going to wait for this to provision. And meanwhile, I'm going to come out here and expose my Gemini Cloud Assist. So this is really cool because you can actually ask questions about how to do things in GCP to Gemini. So things like, how do I change Kubernetes cluster controls for kubectl, for example, right? So can you give me the command to change clusters in GK through cloud shell? So anytime that you have a doubt about how to use something in GCP, you can ask Gemini instead of going crazy Googling for things, which you can totally can. But this already gave me the commands that I need to run for anything that I need to do in GCP, right? So for example, here I have a cluster called KubeDoom, so I'm going to change that. I have a zone. Let me skip that. And I can give it the project ID. My project ID will be the name of my project, which is this project -2. Lastly, I wanted to chat about startup credits. With these credits, we allow startups to grow within GCP. So here's a quick run through of the journey of different startups within GCP. We have the formation, which is if you have maybe a couple of founders, you're prototyping your tool or your application or your product itself. We can give you $2,000 to start here. That will be to just getting to GCP and start using that money to actually run your application, run your VMs. Then we have the ecosystem tier, which is 25K. You're building an MVP, you're fundraising, and you're testing in the market, and you're iterating with that project. Then our most famous program is Google for Startups Scale Up program. So you're now in pre-seed or seeds, or in your Series A, right? You get $100,000 in credits the first year, or up to 250K if you're an AI company, and you can use those for any first-party tool within GCP. So that could be Gemini calls, that could be running your compute engine, that could be using your GPUs within GCP. Anything that would be covered by this would be first-party Google Cloud tooling. So BigQuery is also covered. Anything that you might be needing from GCP would be there. Something that is explicitly excluded is marketplace. So if you want to use your credits to run your application, you can. And then you have the marketplace, which is completely separate and it's not included in the credits. And then lastly, once you start expanding, there's different things that we can provide to you with reservations and contracts that basically give you credits for a certain amount of commitment with Google Cloud, but it's to allow you to actually grow and start having that market durability and having your clients to start committing to a larger contract with Google Cloud. You'll build better discounts with a commitment. But this is basically what a startup journey is. You'll definitely have multiple questions about this. But for that, you can actually go to Google Cloud. If you scan this QR code, you'll be able to apply for the program. You'll see the benefits of each program, and you can connect to the startup success team and then get training resources directly from the startup success team. This is also part of the school, so you'll get access to these videos as well. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Meta prompting is turning out to be a very, very powerful tool that everyone's using now. It kind of actually feels like coding in 1995. Like the tools are not all the way there. We're in this new frontier. But personally, it also kind of feels like learning how to manage a person, where it's like, how do I actually communicate the things that they need to know in order to make a good decision. Welcome back to another episode of The Light Cone. Today, we're pulling back the curtain on what is actually happening inside the best AI startups when it comes to prompt engineering. We surveyed more than a dozen companies and got their take right from the frontier of building this stuff, the practical tips. Jared, why don't we start with an example from one of your best AI startups?
I managed to get an example from a company called ParaHelp. ParaHelp does AI customer support. There are a bunch of companies who are doing this, but ParaHelp is doing it really, really well. They're actually powering the customer support for Perplexity and Replit and Bolt and a bunch of other top AI companies now. So if you go and you email a customer support ticket into Perplexity, what's actually responding is their AI agent. The cool thing is that the ParaHelp guys very graciously agreed to show us the actual prompt that is powering this agent, and to put it on screen on YouTube for the entire world to see. It's relatively hard to get these prompts for vertical AI agents because they're kind of like the crown jewels of the IP of these companies. And so very grateful to the ParaHelp guys for agreeing to basically open source this prompt.
Diana, can you walk us through this very detailed prompt? It's super interesting, and it's very rare to get a chance to see this in action.
So the interesting thing about this prompt is actually it's really long. It's very detailed. In this document, you can see it's 6 pages long, just scrolling through it. The big thing that a lot of the best prompts start with is this concept of setting up the role of the LLM. You're a manager of a customer service agent, and it breaks it down into bullet points what it needs to do. Then the big thing is telling the task, which is to approve or reject a tool call because it's orchestrating agent calls from all these other ones. And then it gives it a bit of the high-level plan. It breaks it down step by step. You see steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it gives some of the important things to keep in mind, that it should not kind of go weird into calling different kinds of tools. It tells them how to structure the output, because a lot of things with agents is you need them to integrate with other agents. So it's almost like gluing the API call. So it's important to specify that it's going to give certain output of accepting or rejecting, and in this format. Then this is sort of the high-level section. And one thing that the best prompts do, they break it down sort of in this markdown type of style formatting. So you have sort of the heading here. And then later on, it goes into more details on how to do the planning. And you see this is like a sub-bullet part of it. And as part of the plan, there's actually 3 big sections. There's how to plan, and then how to create each of the steps in the plan, and then the high-level example of the plan. One big thing about the best prompts is they outline how to reason about the task, and then a big thing is giving it an example, and this is what it does. And one thing that's interesting about this, it looks more like programming than writing English, because it has this XML tag kind of format to specify sort of the plan. We found that it makes it a lot easier for LLMs to follow, because a lot of LLMs were post-trained in RLHF with kind of XML type of input, and it turns out to produce better results.
Yeah, one thing I'm surprised that isn't in here, or maybe this is just the version that they released, what I almost expect is there to be a section where it describes a particular scenario and actually gives example output for that scenario.
That's in the next stage of the pipeline. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because it's customer specific, right? Because every customer has their own flavor of how to respond to these support tickets. And so their challenge, a lot of these agent companies, is how do you build a general purpose product when every customer wants, has slightly different workflows and preferences? That's a really interesting thing that I see the vertical AI agent companies talking about a lot, which is how do you have enough flexibility to make special purpose logic without turning into a consulting company where you're building a new prompt for every customer? I actually think this concept of forking and merging prompts across customers, and which part of the prompt is customer specific versus company wide, is a really interesting thing that the world is only just beginning to explore.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Jared. So this is concept of defining the prompt in the system prompt, then there's the developer prompt, and then there's the user prompt. So what this means is the system prompt is basically almost like defining sort of the high-level API of how your company operates. In this case, the example of ParaHelp is very much a system prompt. There's nothing specific about the customer. And then as they add specific instances of that API and calling it, then they stuff all that into more the developer prompt, which is not shown here. And that's adds all the context of, let's say, working with Perplexity. There's certain ways of how you handle RAG questions as opposed to working with Bold is very different, right? And then I don't think ParaHelp has a user prompt because their product is not consumed directly by an end user, but an end user prompt could be more like Replit or A0, right? Where users need to type is like, generate me a site that has these buttons, this and that goes all in the user prompt. So that's sort of the architecture that's sort of emerging.
And to your point about avoiding becoming a consulting company, I think there's so many startup opportunities in building the tooling around all of this stuff. Like, for example, like anyone who's done prompt engineering knows that the examples and worked examples are really important to improving the quality of the output. And so then if you take like ParaHelp as an example, they really want good worked examples that are specific to each company. And so you can imagine that as they scale, you almost want that done automatically. Like in your dream world, what you want is just like an agent itself that can pluck out the best examples from like the customer data set, and then software that just like ingests that straight into like wherever it should belong in the pipeline without you having to manually go out and plug that all and ingest it in all of yourself.
That's probably a great segue into meta prompting, which is one of the things we want to talk about, because that's a consistent theme that keeps coming up when we talk to our AI startups.
Yeah, Tropier is one of the startups I'm working with in the current YC batch, and they've really helped people like YC company Ducky do really in-depth understanding and debugging of the prompts and the return values from a multi-stage workflow. And one of the things they figured out is prompt folding. So, basically one prompt can dynamically generate better versions of itself. So a good example of that is a classifier prompt that generates a specialized prompt based on the previous query. And so you can actually go in, take the existing prompt that you have and actually feed it more examples where maybe the prompt failed or didn't quite do what you wanted. And you can actually, instead of you having to go and rewrite the prompt, you just put it into the raw LLM and say, help me make this prompt better. And because it knows itself so well, strangely, meta prompting is turning out to be a very, very powerful tool that everyone's using now.
And the next step after you do sort of prompt folding, if the task is very complex, there's this concept of using examples. And this is what Jazzberry does. It's one of the companies I'm working with this batch. They basically build automatic bug finding in code, which is a lot harder. And the way they do it is they feed a bunch of really hard examples that only expert programmers could do. Let's say if you want to find an N+1 query. It's actually hard today for even like the best LLMs to find those. And the way to do those is they find parts of the code, then they add those into the prompt, and meta prompt is like, hey, this is an example of an N+1 type of error. And then that works it out. And I think this pattern of sometimes when it's too hard to even kind of write a prose around it, let's just give you an example, that turns out to work really well because it helps LLMs to reason around complicated tasks and steer it better because you can't quite kind of put exact parameters. And it's almost like unit testing programming in a sense, like test-driven development is sort of the LLM version of that.
Yeah, another thing that Tropier sort of talks about is, the model really wants to actually help you so much that if you just tell it, give me back output in this particular format, even if it doesn't quite have the information it needs, it'll actually just tell you what it thinks you want to hear. And it's literally a hallucination. So one thing they discovered is that you actually have to give the LLMs a real escape hatch. You need to tell it, if you do not have enough information to say yes or no or make a determination, don't just make it up. Stop and ask me. And that's a very different way to think about it.
That's actually something we learn at some of the internal work that we've done with agents at YC, where Jared came up with a really inventive way to give the LLM escape hatch. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, so the tropier approach is one way to give the LM an escape hatch. We came up with a different way, which is in the response format to give it the ability to have part of the response be essentially a complaint to you, the developer, that like you have given it confusing or underspecified information and it doesn't know what to do. And then the nice thing about that is that we just run your LLM like in production with real user data, and then you can go back and you can look at the outputs that it has given you in that like output parameter. We call it debug info internally. So like we have this like debug info parameter where it's basically reporting to us things that we need to fix about it. And it literally ends up being like a to-do list that you, the agent developer, has to do. It's like really kind of mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just even for hobbyists or people who are interested in playing around for this for personal projects, like a very simple way to get started with meta prompting is to follow the same structure of the prompt, is to give it a role and make the role be like, you know, you're an expert prompt engineer who gives really like detailed, great critiques and advice on how to improve prompts, and give it the prompt that you had in mind, and it will spit you back a more expanded, better prompt. And so you can just keep running that loop for a while. Works surprisingly well.
I think that's a common pattern sometimes for companies when they need to get responses from LLMs in their product a lot quicker. They do the meta prompting with a bigger, beefier model, and you have the, I don't know, hundreds of billions of parameters plus models like, I guess, Cloud 4, 3.7, or your GPT-03. And they do this meta prompting, and then they have a very good working one that then they use into the distill model. So they use it on, for example, an F4O, and it ends up working pretty well, specifically sometimes for voice AI agents companies, because latency is very important to get this whole Turing test to pass. Because if you have too much pause before the agent responds, I think humans can detect something is off. So they use a faster model, but with a bigger, better prompt that was refined from the bigger models. So it's like a common pattern as well.
Another, again, it's less sophisticated maybe, but like as the prompt gets longer and longer, like it becomes a large working doc. One thing I found useful is as you're using it, if you just note down in a Google Doc things that you're seeing, just the output's not being how you want, or not the ways that you can think to improve it, you can just write those in note form and then give Gemini Pro like your notes plus the original prompt and ask it to suggest a bunch of edits to the prompt to incorporate these in well, and it does that quite well.
The other trick is in Gemini 2.5 Pro, if you look at the thinking traces as is parsing through evaluation, you could actually learn a lot about all those misses as well. We've done that internal as well, right?
As this is critical, because if you're just using Gemini via the API, until recently, you did not get the thinking traces. And like the thinking traces are like the critical debugging information to like understand like what's wrong with your prompt. They just added it to the API. So you can now actually like pipe that back into your developer tools and workflows.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated consequence of Gemini Pro having such long context windows is you can effectively use it like a REPL. Go sort of like one by one. I put your prompt on like one example, then literally watch the reasoning trace in real time to figure out like how you can steer it in the direction you want.
Jared and the software team at YC has actually built this, various forms of workbenches that allow us to like do debug and things like that. But to your point, like sometimes it's better just to use gemini.google.com directly and then drag and drop, literally JSON files. And, you don't have to do it in some sort of special container. Like it seems to be totally something that works even directly in, ChatGPT itself.
Yeah, this is all stuff. I would give a shout out to YC's head of data, Eric Bacon, who's helped us all a lot of this meta prompting and using Gemini Pro 2.5 as effectively a REPL.
What about evals? I mean, we've talked about evals for going on a year now. What are some of the things that founders are discovering?
Even though we've been saying this for a year or more now, Gary, I think it's still the case that like evals are the true crown jewel, like data asset for all of these companies. Like one reason that PowerHelp was willing to open source the prompt is they told me that they actually don't consider the prompts to be the crown jewels. Like the evals are the crown jewels, because without the evals, you don't know why the prompt was written the way that it was. And it's very hard to improve it.
Yeah. And I think in abstraction, you can think about, YC funds a lot of companies, especially in vertical AI and SaaS. And then you can't get the evals unless you are sitting literally side by side with people who are doing X, Y, or Z knowledge work. You need to sit next to the tractor sales regional manager and understand, well, this person cares, this is how they get promoted. This is what they care about. This is that person's reward function. And then, what you're doing is taking these in-person interactions, sitting next to someone in Nebraska, and then going back to your computer and codifying it into very specific evals, like this particular user wants this outcome after after this invoice comes in, we have to decide whether we're going to honor the warranty on this tractor, like just to take one example. That's the true value, right? Like, where everyone's really worried about, are we just wrappers, and what is going to happen to startups? And I think this is literally where the rubber meets the road, where if you are out there in particular places, understanding that user better than anyone else and having the software actually work for those people, that's the moat.
That is just like such a perfect depiction of like what is the core competency required of founders today. Like literally, like the thing that you just said, like that's your job as a founder of a company like this, is to be really good at that thing. Yeah. And like maniacally obsessed with like the details of the regional tractor sales manager's workflow. Yeah.
And then the wild thing is it's very hard to do. Like, have you even been to Nebraska? The classic view is that the best founders in the world, they're, sort of really great cracked engineers and technologists and just really brilliant. And then at the same time, they have to understand some part of the world that very few people understand. And then there's this little sliver that is, the founder of a multi-billion-dollar startup. I think of Ryan Peterson from Flexport, really, really great person who understands how software is built. But then also, I think he was the third biggest importer of medical hot tubs for an entire year, like, a decade ago. So, the weirder that is, the more of the world that you've seen that nobody else who's a third and weirder technologist has seen, the greater the opportunity, actually.
I think you've put this in a really interesting way before, Gary, where you're sort of saying that every founder's become a forward deployed engineer. That's like a term that traces back to Palantir. And since you were early at Palantir, maybe tell us a little bit about how did forward deployed engineer become a thing at Palantir, and what can founders learn from it now?
I mean, I think the whole thesis of Palantir at some level was that if you look at Meta, back then it was called Facebook, or Google, or any of the top software startups that everyone sort of knew back then, and one of the key recognitions that Peter Thiel and Alex Karp and Stephen Cohen and Joe Lonsdale, Nathan Gettings, like the original founders of Palantir, had, was that go into anywhere in the Fortune 500, go into any government agency in the world, including the United States, and nobody who understands computer science and technology at the level that, at the highest possible level, would ever even be in that room. And so Palantir's sort of really, really big idea that they discovered very early was that the problems that those places face, they're actually multi-billion-dollar, sometimes trillion-dollar problems. And yet, this was well before AI became a thing. I mean, people were sort of talking about machine learning, but back then they called it data mining. The world is awash in data, these, giant databases of people and things and transactions, and we have no idea what to do with it. That's what Palantir was, is, and still is, that you can go and find the world's best technologists who know how to write software to actually make sense of the world. You have these petabytes of data and you don't know, how do you find the needle in the haystack? And, the wild thing is, going on something like 22 years later, it's only become more true that we have more and more data and we have less and less of an understanding of what's going on. And it's no mistake that actually now that we have LLMs, like it is becoming much more tractable. And then the forward deployed engineer title was specifically, how do you sit next to literally the FBI agent who's investigating domestic terrorism? How do you sit right next to them in their actual office and see what does the case coming in look like? What are all the steps? When you actually need to go to the federal prosecutor, what are the things that they're sending? What's funny is like literally it's like Word documents and Excel spreadsheets, right? And what you do as a forward deployed engineer is take these sort of, file cabinet and fax machine things that people have to do and then convert it into really clean software. So, the classic view is that it should be as easy to actually do an investigation at a 3-letter agency as going and taking a photo of your lunch on Instagram and posting it to all your friends. Like that's, kind of the funniest part of it. And so, I think it's no mistake today that forward deployed engineers who came up through that system at Palantir now, they're turning out to be some of the best founders at YC, actually.
Yeah, it produced this incredible number of startup founders because, like the training to be a forward deployed engineer, that's exactly the right training to be a founder of these companies now. The other interesting thing about Palantir is like other companies would send like a salesperson to go and sit with the FBI agent, and like Palantir sent engineers to go and do that. I think Palantir was probably the first company to really like institutionalize that and scale that as a process, right?
Yeah. I think what happened there, the reason why they were able to get these sort of 7 and 8 and now 9-figure contracts very consistently is that instead of sending someone who's like hair and teeth and they're in there and, let's go to the steakhouse, it's all like relationship, and you'd have one meeting. They would really like the salesperson, and then through sheer force of personality, you try to get them to give you a 7-figure contract. And like the timescales on this would be, 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, like 5 years. I don't know. It's like, and the software would never work. Whereas if you put an engineer in there and you give them, Palantir Foundry, which is what they now call sort of their core data viz and data mining suites, instead of the next meeting being reviewing 50 pages of, sort of sales documentation or a contract or a spec or anything like that, it's literally like, okay, we built it. And then you're getting like real live feedback within days. And I mean, that's honestly the biggest opportunity for startup founders. If startup founders can do that, and that's what forward deployed engineers are sort of used to doing, that's how you could beat a Salesforce or an Oracle or, a Booz Allen or literally any company out there that has a big office and a big fancy, you have big fancy salespeople with big strong handshakes, and it's like, how does a really good engineer with a weak handshake go in there and beat them? Well, it's actually, you show them something that they've never seen before and like make them feel super heard. You have to be super empathetic about it. Like you actually have to be a great designer and product person, and then come back and you can just blow them away. Like the software is so powerful that the second you see something that makes you feel seen, you want to buy it on the spot.
Is a good way of thinking about it that founders should think about themselves as being the forward deployed engineers of their own company?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like you definitely can't farm this out. Like literally the founders themselves, they're technical. They have to be the great product people. They have to be the ethnographer. They have to be the designer. You want the person on the second meeting to see the demo you put together based on the stuff you heard. And you want them to say, wow, I've never seen anything like that, and take my money.
I think the incredible thing about this model is this is why we're seeing a lot of the vertical AI agents take off, is precisely this, because they can have these meetings with the end buyer and champion at these big enterprises. They take that context and then they stuff it basically in the prompt. And then they can quickly come back in a meeting like just the next day. Maybe with Palantir would have taken a bit longer and a team of engineers. Here it could be just the 2 founders go in, and then they would close the 6-7-figure deals, which we've seen, and with large enterprises, which has never been done before. And it's just possible with this new model of forward deploy engineer plus AI is just on accelerating.
It just reminds me of a company I mentioned before on the podcast, like GigaML, who do another customer support, and especially a lot of voice support. And it's just a classic case of 2 extremely talented software engineers, not natural sales people, but they force themselves to be essentially forward deployed engineers, and they closed a huge deal with Zepto and then a couple of other companies they can't announce yet. But
And do they physically go on site like the Palantir model?
Yes. So they do. So they did all of that where once they close the deal, they go on site and they sit there with all the customer support people and figuring out how to keep tuning and getting the software or the LLM to work even better. But before that, even to win the deal, what they found is that they can win by just having the most impressive demo. And in their case, they've innovated a bit on the RAG pipeline so that they can have their voice responses be both accurate and very low latency, sort of like a technically challenging thing to do. But I just feel like in the pre sort of the current LLM rise, you couldn't necessarily differentiate enough in the demo phase of sales to beat out incumbents. So you couldn't really beat Salesforce by having a slightly better CRM with a better UI. But now, because the technology evolves so fast and it's so hard to get this like last 5 to 10% correct, you can actually, if you're a forward deployed engineer, go in, do the first meeting, tweak it so that it works really well for that customer, go back with the demo and just get that, oh wow, like we've not seen anyone else pull this off before experience, and close huge deals.
And that was the exact same case with Happy Robot, who has sold 7-figure contracts to the top 3 largest logistic brokers in the world. They build AI voice agents for that. They are the ones doing the forward deploy engineer model and talking to like the CIOs of these companies and quickly shipping a lot of product, like very, very quick turnaround. And it's been incredible to see that take off right now. And it started from 6-figure deals, now closing in 7-figure deals, which is crazy. Nice. This is just a couple months after.
So that's the kind of stuff that you can do with, unbelievably very, very smart prompt engineering, actually. Well, one of the things that's kind of interesting about each model is that they each seem to have their own personality. And one of the things the founders are really realizing is that you're going to go to different people for different things, actually.
One of the things that's known a lot is Claude is sort of the more happy and more human, steerable model. And the other one is Llama 4. Is one that needs a lot more steering. It's almost like talking to a developer, and part of it could be an artifact of not having done as much RLHF on top of it. So it's a bit more rough to work with, but you could actually steer it very well if you actually are good at actually doing a lot of prompting and almost doing a bit more RLHF, but it's a bit harder to work with actually.
Well, one of the things we've been using LLMs for internally is actually helping founders figure out who they should take money from. And so in that case, sometimes you need a very straightforward rubric, a 0 to 100, 0 being never ever take their money, and 100 being take their money right away. Like they actually help you so much that you'd be crazy not to take their money. Harj, we've been working on some scoring rubrics around that using prompts. What are some of the things we've learned?
So it's certainly best practice to give LLMs rubrics, especially if you want to get a numerical score as the output. You want to give it a rubric to help it understand like how should I think through and what's like a 80 versus a 90. But these rubrics are never perfect. There's often always exceptions.
And you tried it with O3 versus Gemini 2.5 and you found discrepancies.
This is what we found really interesting is that you can give the same rubric to 2 different models. And in our specific case, what we found is that O3 was very rigid, actually. Like it really sticks to the rubric. It heavily penalizes for anything that doesn't fit like the rubric that you've given it. Whereas Gemini 2.5 Pro was actually quite good at being flexible in that it would apply the rubric, but it could also sort of almost reason through why someone might be like an exception or why you might want to push something up more positively or negatively than the rubric might suggest, which I just thought was really interesting because that it's just like when you're training a person, you give them a rubric, like you want them to use a rubric as a guide, but there are always these sort of edge cases where you need to sort of think a little bit more deeply. And I just thought it was interesting that the models themselves will handle that differently, which means they sort of have different personalities, right? Like O3 felt a little bit more like the soldier, sort of like, okay, I'm definitely doing check. And Gemini Pro 2.5 felt a little bit more like a high agency sort of employee. It was like, oh, okay, no, I think this makes sense, but this might be an exception in this case, which was just really interesting to see.
Yeah, it's funny to see that for investors. You know, sometimes you have investors like a Benchmark or a Thrive. It's like, yeah, take their money right away. Their process is immaculate. They never ghost anyone. They answer their emails faster than most founders. It's, very impressive. And then one example here might be there are plenty of investors who are just overwhelmed, and maybe they're just not that good at managing their time. And so they might be really great investors and their track record bears that out, but they're sort of slow to get back. They seem overwhelmed all the time. They accidentally, probably not intentionally, ghost people. And so this is legitimately exactly what an LLM is for. Like, the debug info on some of these are very interesting to see. Like, maybe it's a 91 instead of like an 89. We'll see. I guess one of the things that's been really surprising to me, as we ourselves are playing with it, and we spend maybe 80 to 90% of our time with founders who are all the way out on the edge, is on the one hand, the analogies I think even we use to discuss this is it's kind of like coding. It kind of actually feels like coding in 1995. Like, the tools are not all the way there. There's a lot of stuff that's unspecified. We're in this new frontier. But personally, it also kind of feels like learning how to manage a person, where it's like, how do I actually communicate the things that they need to know in order to make a good decision, and how do I make sure that they know how I'm going to evaluate and score them. And not only that, like, there's this aspect of Kaizen, this manufacturing technique that created really, really good cars for Japan in the 90s.
So welcome back to Redefining AI, the Tech Podcast. On behalf of Squirrel, the Enterprise Gen AI platform, I'm your host, Lauren Hawker-Zaffer. Now, in this episode today, we will be focusing on the tech industry, experiencing the industry and the art of growing successful tech businesses. Now, joining me to do this is Andrew Alman, CEO and co-founder of 923 Studio, an AI agency that has crafted innovative products for renowned brands like Consumer Reports, Simply Safe, and Experian. Now, under Andrew's leadership, 923 has not only won multiple awards, but has also earned recognition as a top US consultancy agency and secured a spot on the Inc. 5000 fastest growing companies list 4 times. With a whopping 18 years of experience advising companies on digital transformation, Andrew has a keen understanding of how to maximize investment in digital business models. Now, today he'll share insights on leveraging AI and tech to drive success in the rapidly evolving digital landscape. So it's great to have you here. Welcome, Andrew. Welcome to Redefining AI.
Thanks for having me, Lauren. It's a pleasure to be here.
I asked you before, but it's always good. So our audience like to find out, where are you based? Where are you joining us from today?
I'm here in Boston, Massachusetts, where it's been a red flag warning for the past few months. And so we've had forest fires for quite a while here because it's been so dry.
Oh my goodness, so it's disrupted probably everything around you.
Very disruptive. Yes, that's for sure.
And you're back with us for an exciting conversation then.
Yes, I'm ready to go.
So Boston, Massachusetts, I've been once. Maybe some of our listeners have as well. Do you think it's had an impact on who you are today, where you've come from, where you've ended up? Have you always lived in Boston, or maybe you've lived somewhere else?
Yeah, I was born, I think I've lived in 8 houses before I graduated high school. So New York and Massachusetts were the 2 states, at least. I didn't travel too far away from there. I do think Boston is relatively home for me, just from a sports standpoint, from a culture standpoint, and from a value standpoint. I love skiing. I love, the warm weather. I love the beaches. So I think it's a good combination. It's got great seasons. From an entrepreneurship standpoint, I really have found outside of Boston to be more advantageous to my growth than inside of Boston. Even though we have all the schools, I think Boston has a tougher time getting together like they do in San Francisco.
So do you visit San Francisco quite a lot for inspiration or business or anything that's part of the journey where you stand just now? I mean, you've got 3 patents to your name. You've built multiple apps and businesses. Where do you get your sort of burning desire to drive forward?
Yeah, I think we all have followed San Francisco startups and San Francisco type companies, Silicon Valley, for the last 20 years. And so we all have the stories that we have read about or read books about. But for me specifically, it didn't really click to me that I was a true entrepreneur until I started to go into other CEO groups, Rhodium and Hampton being 2 of my favorite, where I met other people like me. And I think before that, I was isolated and kind of lonely, trying to figure out who I was or what I was in the world. And I'd never had affirmations. I never had people around me that truly believed in what we did. They just knew that I was on a path that was different than everybody else. So it was really the CEO groups and finding others, the 1% of the 1%, and traveling the world with them, going on retreats, going on group trips, and then realizing, oh, I am an entrepreneur because these are other entrepreneurs too.
It's a very interesting statement. I mean, the thing that I've taken away from that is that, to quote you, meet others like me, what would you say is like you in that identification with the sort of collation of what you would classify as a CEO group?
Yeah, there's always a Third Eye Blind song that comes to mind. It's the Misfit song when he talks about just being out of place, and it's an older song, but I just think being a misfit is somebody that doesn't think normally, and we take incredibly high risks. So our risk tolerance is high, our aptitude to fail is like inevitable. So we know that it's coming. It's just a matter of when. And we also see the world a bit differently. We understand that things are just a process or a problem to be solved. We don't kind of take the world for what it is, and we don't take the problems at face value. We truly look at the world a different way. And so when you're talking to just, I call them humans or normal people instead of entrepreneurs, like the regular folk, they are more inclined to go through their daily lives and be interested in what happens from day to day. As an entrepreneur, when you're speaking with other entrepreneurs, you're talking about the future, how things can change, how we can be a part of that change, or more importantly, just how we can put ourselves in a place to succeed for a 10-year future self. And we really have control and the aptitude to figure out like what we want to do and then accelerate and do that thing and then stand around a bunch of people that can celebrate with you. And it wasn't until I had met these other CEOs, it was the first time that I really had heard affirmations with these other CEO groups, people that would celebrate each other, people that would say, I know that was a really hard 10-year journey and you look like an overnight success, but truly what's happening right now is the work that you put in for those 10 years compounded to what people are realizing is the success. And I think the other entrepreneurs are the only other people I met that truly understand that work.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, this specific aptitude, it could also be argued in the sense of like components that contribute to who we are. Would you say that there's certain innate qualities that you've also identified in other CEOs, especially within the tech sphere? Because I do believe, obviously, working in a startup, a scale up myself, where I've witnessed firsthand for the past 4.5 years, our own CEO and the passion, the integrity, the sort of drive that he has. Is it innate? Is that aptitude nurtured? Yeah, what's your opinion on that?
I think we were mentioning Boston has 4 seasons, and I think it's really important for an entrepreneur to understand there's also 4 seasons. I went through the Gary Vaynerchuk hustle season for 6-7 years of my life, and I had to meet other hustlers at the time to know that I wasn't abnormal and to know that it is possible. And if you don't believe it's possible, you're not going to go through that wall 100 times. But you graduate and you get a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more I guess resistance, a bunch more scars. And you realize you need to go into the second season, which is the learning phase. And that's when you try to figure out what you can do next and how you can build the business that's going to last. And that's, the Jim Collins books, the Seth Godin books of how to market and how to create a brand for yourself. And you start graduating into, I would say, more classic entrepreneurship type traits of leading a business and running a good team. But the third and fourth season is the one that you're speaking of now, is when you speak to other CEOs that are grounded, that have been successful, that have already had those scars and said, look, enough's enough. I just want to build a good business and be happy. That third and fourth season is even harder to find. I always say there's thousands of books of how to become an entrepreneur. But once you are an entrepreneur and you're like in the grind and you've done it for 10 years, there's very few books that teach you how to be happy as an entrepreneur. And there's very few people that have really figured that out. They either continue to hustle or they have figured out, like I hope I have, how to have a holistic entrepreneurship lifestyle. And that was the narrowness of meeting more people until I found that holistic entrepreneur that actually could teach me how to balance between life and hustle.
Yeah, because I think that's the two-edged sword that a lot of CEOs in this particular industry face. I mean, can you balance the whole lifestyle with the hustle? Because as you spoke about, it's about getting those war wounds, those scars.
Yeah.
It's about being able to build a business that will stand its stead and actually become successful. So you've been, you're someone with 18 years of experience that's advised a lot of other companies on digital transformation. So you've obviously had a few impactful moments that are probably what you could classify as scars. What have you witnessed then? What has contributed to your own sort of stories of success and failure?
Yeah, it's the journey that matters. And I think the journey is what I truly have craved, is being part of something. And so when you're searching for being part of something, you go down the wrong paths. I call them black swan events, but I've had 3 black swan events while running a business in my life. One being in 2019 when we sold our first business and trying to figure out and navigate what it's like to work for other people and what it's like to have your business change that you've built. We built our first business for 5 years before we sold it, and seeing it in somebody else's hands is a big change. And then trying to get out of that and trying to change your life to do something that you truly want was my first event. And there's a whole story there. But the two other Black Swan events was when my team, we had 25 people in Ukraine when the Ukraine war started. And that was the bread and butter. Like, they were the heartbeat of our organization, and they were the reason why we were successful. And so watching them go through what they did for that first week, when Russia unfortunately attacked them, we had to figure out how to be solvent as a company, but also be human and support them. And as a leader, those are the types of things I remember, is how the team responds, how we responded, and how we promised to pay them and support them through everything that they were going through. And then the last one was government issued. The government of the United States told us in 2022 and 2023 taxes that our expenses no longer counted in this thing called Section 179. And they basically wiped away millions of dollars of expenses, creating $1 million tax bill for us. So we had to figure out how to navigate that. And we didn't have the money, obviously, to pay $1 million taxes to the government. And so we had to go through this event of how do we come up with the cash? How do we keep the company solvent? But those are the things that, if you have a group, and the third one, I had the groups, I had the CEO partners to talk this through. But the first two, I was on my own, and I was unhealthy. I was, ghost. I wasn't working on myself. I wasn't, good to the family. And that was a period in which I had to navigate it myself. And I wish I had help. So it's like you go through the scars, but you also look back and realize, if only you had found help earlier, or CEOs earlier that had gone through it, I would have at least had guidance.
And is it the guidance that's important? Because obviously in working, and now if we step back a little bit, you run an AI agency. We can talk about what the AI agency is in theory and practicality, but in working as that role in enabling others and also enabling yourself in those journeys that you went through, how can you identify which idea is the one that you should pursue? I mean, that must always be a little bit difficult as well.
Yeah, so we built 14 startups. And so we've gone from 0 to 1 14 times, and 11 of them have failed. So we know what it's like to build a product in the wrong space for the wrong reasons firsthand. And with AI products, for the last 8 years, we've had teams solving solutions in AI. But like you said, for 18 years, I've been doing digital transformations. My first few years was taking manufacturing shops and bringing them to the 21st century with computers, basically cloud computing, or anything that was computer related instead of spreadsheets or documents on a shop floor. So I've gone through the iterations of learning from different industries. And I think now, I mean, I haven't quoted exactly, but I know it's between 150 and 200 projects that we've done as a company that I've been at the forefront of figuring out what's the business return, what's the return on investment, and why are you building this technology? So with that number of at-bats, when somebody new comes to me and says, hey, I got an idea, or I need AI for my company, I can look back now and quantify why the AI will solve their problem. But I can also qualitatively show them, this is the result you're going to get if you work with us. And we do this thing called business feasibility and technical feasibility. It's a 2x2 grid, like every other consultant on the internet. And whatever appears in the top right, that is technically feasible to do. And then more importantly, the business feasibility has the actual option to extract the knowledge or to extract the data into something we have access to. Those two things, if they appear in the top right of the 2x2 grid, it is something that I can quantitatively say, this is going to be your return on investment, and then look at the actual product, of work that's required to do it. With all this experience, I know that it's going to be successful. And I would say our last dozen, or I would even say 24 products, have had a return on investment that's months, not years. And with AI, that's very abnormal. In my 18 years of doing this, I've never seen returns that fast. And we're seeing 7-figure returns on the day we release an AI product. And it's only $200,000-$300,000 of investment. So these types of advancements are really coming fast, and we're really accelerating the type of quality of products we can put out there, but the type of actual results we're getting is just off the charts.
Mm-hmm. So many interesting questions that I want to ask around that, but let's focus on one. So the one that I want to ask is obviously the feasibility, like from both a business perspective and a technical perspective. This must have changed in the whole development and the demand and the newness of generative AI as well, in like a more established and expanded sense. What have you seen there in terms of the excitement and new possibilities, and especially in the ROI? I mean, there's a lot of sort of not only players, but also big fours, etc. Can you really measure the ROI concretely at this stage in those sort of projects?
Yeah, so with custom code, it's a little bit of a different approach than with product. Product always has the challenge of being restrictive of the custom features, where custom code is providing a solution directly to that client. And then when you go to another client, you're providing a custom solution for them. And when you do it that way, digital transformation is about taking a workflow, not an operation. And when you take a workflow is a series of steps that people are going through to execute a task. There's a great book called The Goal, and it talks about relieving bottlenecks. So if you have inputs and outputs across an organization, at some point, there's a reason why the output is only a certain number. So if you were to create widgets and you had 100 widgets coming into your shop and you only had 10 widgets going out every single day, well, there's a reason why 90 of them are being stocked. And you're, of course, creating inventory and WIP and manufacturing terms. But the idea of digital transformation is relieving the bottlenecks and relieving the points in which people are seeing that stress factor. Once we create that in any department, we're starting to create more revenue per employee. So those employees are not being fired. Those employees are not going anywhere. The company is just not hiring in the future. And you can see this across Microsoft, Facebook, and Google. Like their revenue per employee in the last 6 months has been almost a quarter higher than it has ever been in the past. So it's not just us that's realizing these AI benefits. Everyone from a pizza shop all the way to Microsoft is able to take a department and prove efficiencies with AI. And we just have the visibility when you talk to us from the very beginning of what that return on investment is going to be and why you should start today. If they believe us, it works. And we have, 24 case studies to prove it out.
So I suppose that people listening to that might think, yeah, I actually agree with that. I do see the benefit and the opportunities that are offered by the implementation of various different AI products in various different sectors. If you go back to look at what you expressed around the fact that 11 of your startups failed, and someone listening to this has identified also that they have a similar entrepreneurial spirit, what do you think is important when someone's starting an AI startup in the AI space based on your learnings?
Yeah, so why every one of those companies failed is we didn't have enough people to buy the product. Sounds very obvious, but if I was to start over on every single one of those, I wish I started with a community with 1,000 people in it, and I tested first to see if that product had merit inside of that industry. And so, a perfect scenario was right during COVID, we had the incredible idea of helping dogs that were getting injured, ACL injuries. And we were the first. We had the availability to do it over Zoom. There is a new government law that allowed, because of COVID, 32 out of the 50 states to do veterinarian PT over Zoom. We were the first product in the space to offer that, right? As soon as that government law came out, a week later, we were on the market. It's perfect timing. It's perfect product fit. There's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that have this issue with their pets, of pets getting injured and needing physical therapy. The problem was we didn't have the market. We didn't have the audience. I wish I had built the Facebook group of 100,000 people, 200,000 people talking and chatting about what happens when their dog gets injured. I wish I had a Reddit group and a Reddit sub-channel of people searching and asking, when my dog gets injured, what do I do? I wish I had partnered with all the hospitals that were around the world, around the United States at least, that when a dog goes into the vet during COVID and the vet says, I can't see your dog physically because I'm not allowed to be in contact, I wish I had a hotline that they could call me and I could give them 50% of the profits by them doing the training with me. So why I'm saying all this is that if you're building an AI startup, nothing changes from the fact that you need the people to sell it to. You need the product and you need the audience. And today it's easier to build an audience than ever. Seth Godin just did a poll on high school kids and said, what are the 5 things you want to be when you grow up? I remember, Lauren, when you and I were kids, it was like, I want to go to space. I want to be an engineer. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer, because that's what our parents did. You know what Seth Godin's results are? Kim Kardashian's assistant, TikTok influencer, YouTube star. So it's changed. Like, people know how to build audiences. And so if you're starting a product, the audience comes first. And then you put that product into the audience to watch it grow.
So, and I'm not saying that was the case in all of your 11 failures, but how long did it then take you? Was it all of those 11 where you found that you were repeating this mistake? And why do you think it is a repeatable and very easy mistake to fall into?
Because you think the product is a great idea and you think people will always buy it. And so we start with the product first, and we start with trying to sell that product with the features that we think are amazing. And as a product studio, we have the people and the resources to build those products. So we kept thinking to put them into the marketplace and then figuring it out later. So it was called the venture studio, but the idea is you hire a CEO to then sell that idea. So we had 5 CEOs at one point running 5 of the 14 startups. And again, it's that muscle of trying to figure out how many of these need to be successful to kind of return the entire pool. But even I've talked to people that are running $100 million venture studios, and they say that the odds are 27-1. You need 27 startups to recover the funds of the one that actually, I'm sorry, the one startup will recover the funds of the 26 failures. And so even the experts that even know all of these stats and work in Silicon Valley and have unlimited funds from venture capitalists, they still have 26 failures. So I don't think it was specifically our fault that we didn't go there. But I think if I just wanted to make $1 million and I wanted to have a startup that I went from 0 to 1 to do that, I would spend the first 2 years of my life building that community and not trying to shoot for the moon and get a $100 million company. I would just shoot for an audience that was interested in the product I sold so that I can extract $1 million of profit in the future.
So your main message today as we end this conversation is don't go product first.
I would say don't go product first, but then we watch what? Notebook LM. That's engineering first. They didn't even release it. I mean, they have Google as their backer, but Notebook LM has 1 million users and they don't even have a single marketing dollar associated to it. ChatGPT is the fastest growing product in the world, and I don't think they've marketed that besides word of mouth. So I think there's two different worlds. You know, there's the shoot for the moon and the big products that Google and ChatGPT are putting out. You can try to compete against that. Or you can be a holistic entrepreneur, shoot for a lifestyle, try to go for your $1 million, but do that in a very sustainable way that takes, maybe 5-10 years, but build that audience first to make sure that when the product hits, it's the right product for the right people.
Great advice. So it's been very enjoyable having you on the show today, Andrew. I want to thank you, and I hope that you've enjoyed the conversation yourself.
This was great. Thanks for having me, Lauren. And yeah, great questions. I appreciate the guidance throughout this talk.
And I'd like to thank everyone else who's joined us today for this conversation. If you'd like to share it, then share it with your friend, your mom, your dad. Thank you.
Usable AI agents are finally here, from deep research platforms out of OpenAI and Google to similar tools from xAI and DeepSeek. Joining the competition now is Manus, a brand new agentic AI platform that has taken the world by storm.
And today, we're launching an early preview of Manus, the first general AI agent.
When Manus officially launched, the hype around it immediately took off.
A Chinese startup unveiling a new AI agent that some are calling China's next DeepSeek moment.
With people calling it the most impressive AI tool they've ever tried and the most sophisticated computer using AI. Unlike some of its predecessors, Manus wasn't just another specialized chatbot. It promised to be a true general-purpose AI agent. With invitations rare and access limited, the question remains, has Manus truly revolutionized the AI agent landscape? Let's find out. Behind all the excitement around Manus is something genuinely innovative, a multi-agent AI system that can seemingly complete all sorts of tasks, from travel planning and financial analysis to searching over dozens of files or doing industry research. So how does it work? Rather than relying on one big neural network, Manus works more like an executive overseeing a team of sub-agents, coordinating and guiding their every move across a shared action space. It takes in your prompt as input and gets to work figuring out what it needs to do. Instead of tackling your task in one go, a planner agent first comes up with a master plan to follow, breaking things down into manageable subtasks. This way, Manus knows precisely what needs to be done before executing and can hand off these tasks to other sub-agents. These are like Manus's own in-house experts. They share the same context, but each has its own delineated domain, from knowledge or memory to execution. Manus can call upon an extensive suite of 29 different integrated tools. Whether they're automating web navigation, securely running code, or pulling important information from files, Manus's sub-agents intelligently decide which tools to use. Finally, when each subtask is complete, the executor agent combines the outputs together into a final synthesized output for the user. Under the hood, Manus is powered by a pretty sophisticated dynamic task decomposition algorithm. This is what enables it to autonomously break down complex instructions into clear execution paths. To ensure stability, even after dozens of rounds of reasoning and tool use, the Manus team developed an original technique called chain of thought injection, enabling agents to actively reflect and update plans. At its core, Manus makes use of Anthropic's Claude 3.7 Sonnet. Manus also features robust cross-platform execution capabilities thanks to its seamless integration with open source tools like YC Company browser use for advanced website interaction and startup E2B's secure cloud sandbox environment. So what can Manus actually accomplish? Impressively, it can take on a wide range of real-world tasks. It excels in scenarios like creating travel itineraries, detailed financial analyses, and educational content, while it can also assist with valuable tasks like structured database compilation, insurance policy comparisons, supplier sourcing, and even assisting with high-quality presentations. To truly measure Manus's capabilities, we can look at Gaia, a benchmark designed to challenge AI agents on reasoning, multimodal handling, web browsing, and tool proficiency. Humans typically score about 92%, whereas OpenAI's deep research, in comparison, scored about 74% at its best. Manus smashed the state-of-the-art on Gaia, scoring 86.5%, just a few points shy of the average human. Still, despite impressive benchmark performance, Manus has reignited a broader conversation about the nature of AI startups at the application layer, wrappers. Some have dismissed Manus as merely a wrapper since it stitches together existing foundational models and various tool calls. But this dismissal overlooks an important reality. Most successful AI products today could also qualify as wrappers by this logic. Cursor and Windsurf, for example, integrate existing LLMs alongside external APIs and developer-focused tooling, such as real-time code analysis and debugging utilities. Domain-specific agents like Harvey combine foundational models with legal-specific tool integrations, case law retrieval, compliance checks, and document analysis. Clearly, many useful applications do fit the wrapper mold. And for many developers, it makes sense to go this route. As Manus co-founder Yichao Peak Ji told us himself, from day one they decided to work orthogonally to model development, wanting to be excited rather than threatened by each new model release. What distinguishes successful wrappers from their less effective counterparts is typically a bunch of things: intuitive UI, proprietary evals, much more careful fine-tuning of foundational models, and thoughtfully designed multi-agent architectures. And this is a good example of that. Manus itself illustrates these trade-offs really well. On the positive side, its multi-agent orchestration helps deliver significantly lower per-task costs, around $2 a task, compared to integrated competitors like OpenAI's deep research. Manus also offers greater transparency and user control, letting users directly inspect, customize, or replace individual sub-agents and tool integrations, a degree of flexibility centralized platforms rarely match. One of the coolest things Manus figured out was actually exposing the file system so you could see exactly what the agents were doing. ChatGPT requires you to reprompt, and it's opaque what's happening when it's thinking. Manus is a glimpse into the future of ChatGPT desktop operating directly on your computer, and it will be cool to see how much more control you'll get when it's happening there instead of a browser. But there are a few clear limitations. Coordination across specialized agents becomes increasingly difficult as tasks scale or complexity grows. More critically, its current advantages, UX refinements, targeted fine-tuning, thoughtful integrations, are vulnerable to competitors just coming along and doing that as well. These strengths and weaknesses are generally shared by wrappers. They allow you to have really rapid deployment, iteration, and specialized UX at lower upfront cost. But they're also vulnerable to disruption, such as API pricing changes or provider policy shifts, which can quickly erase any of the cost benefits. Ultimately, the critical challenge isn't deciding whether wrappers are viable, but identifying genuinely sustainable differentiation for your product. For founders, this might mean investing early in proprietary evals that are expensive or time-consuming to replicate, embedding your workflows deeply into specific user routines to increase switching costs, or identifying integrations with platforms or datasets competitors can't easily access. In the end, success in AI doesn't hinge on reinventing the wheel, but rather on who can stitch together the existing models into a product users genuinely love.
What's the difference between generative AI and agentic AI? Well, they're two distinct approaches to artificial intelligence. And I think we're all familiar with generative AI, things like chatbots and image generators and the like. And they are really fundamentally reactive systems. They wait for you to do something. Specifically, they wait for you to prompt them. And once you prompt them, their job is to generate some kind of content based upon what you provided in the prompt. And they're using patterns they learned during training. Now, the things that it can generate, well, that might be some text, or it might be an image, or it might be a piece of code, or it might be some audio. These are all sorts of things that we can generate with generative AI. And they're essentially sophisticated pattern matching machines. They've learned the statistical relationships between words and between pixels and between sound waves. And they've learned that from massive data sets. So when you provide a prompt, Gen AI predicts what should come next based on its training. But its work does end at generation. It doesn't take further steps without your input. Now, agentic AI systems, by contrast, those are not reactive, they are proactive systems. Now, like generative AI, they often start with a user prompt, but that prompt is then used to pursue goals through a series of actions. And an agentic system basically goes through a bit of a life cycle. So the way this works is it kind of, first of all, perceives its environment, if you like. And then once it's done that, it can decide an action to take. Once it's decided that action, it can then execute that action. And then once that action has been executed, it can kind of learn from the output. And then round and round we go, all with minimal human intervention. Now, both of these AI approaches often share a common foundation, and that common foundation is large language models, or LLMs. LLMs serve as the backbone for chatbots, and yet there's actually other tools that are used for some of these other generative things, diffusion models typically for images and audio. But for chatbots, we use LLMs. And LLMs also provide the reasoning engine that powers agentic systems. But before we go any deeper into that, let's talk about some real-world applications and use cases. Now, maybe this doesn't put me in the best of lights, but I don't think I'm the only one using generative AI to help with the task of content creation, and especially creative content creation. Now, before work this morning, and this is completely true, I used a chatbot to help write the next chapter of my Nelson DeMille fan fiction novel. And right now you're probably thinking how profoundly cool and absolutely non-nerdy this guy is. But for many of us, Gen AI does help with daily tasks. Like, let's consider how a YouTuber might use a generative AI system to review scripts and suggest thumbnail concepts and maybe even generate background music. But at each step, there is a human. There is a human creator. And that human creator is looking at this generated content and they are reviewing it. Check it's what they want. Probably isn't. So then they are refining it as well. And they are really going through and directing this whole process. The AI generates possibilities, but the human curates them. Now, agentic AI, that kind of thrives in scenarios that require ongoing management and consist of multi-step processes. So not just one thing at a time. So consider a personal shopping agent. Given a product to purchase as input, it actively hunts for availability across platforms. It might monitor price fluctuations. It might handle checkout processes, and it might even coordinate delivery. Largely by itself, seeking input only from you, only when it's needed. But how does it do that? Well, it turns out that the LLMs that are behind much of generative AI can also be used to provide reasoning capabilities to AI agents. So this essentially here, we're using Gen AI's ability to kind of think in inverted commas there, and it's thinking through problems. And this has a name. It's called chain of thought reasoning. And this is what LLMs are so very good at. It's a process where the agent basically breaks down a complex task into smaller logical steps, kind of like how humans tackle difficult problems as well. So let's imagine one. Let's imagine that we want to have an agent that is planning a complex task like organizing a conference. So what it's going to do is it's going to use Gen AI to generate an internal dialogue. And that dialogue might go something like this. It might say, first, I need to understand the conference requirements, so the size, the duration, the budget, that sort of thing. Then I should research available venues, matching those parameters. Then it might think, well, for those venues that meet those requirements, then I need to check availability and so on. It's effectively the agent really kind of talking to itself to explore the problem space before taking action. Gen AI is basically the cognitive engine driving an agent's decision making. Now, looking ahead, the most powerful AI systems probably won't be purely generative or purely agentic. They're going to be intelligent collaborators. They'll understand when to explore options through generation and when to commit to courses of action through agentic action. Like an agent that would know when to generate the next chapter of fan fiction so it's ready after, oh, I don't know, a video shoot. Maybe it's ready right now.
My name is Inso. So today we'd like to go over agentic AI, agentic language model as a progression of language model usage. So here is the outline of today's talk. We'll go over the overview of language model and how we use, and then the common limitations, and then some of the method that improves towards this common limitation. And then we'll transition into what is the agentic language model and its design patterns. So language model is a machine learning model that predicts the next coming word given the input text. As in this example, if the input is the students open there, then language model can predict what's the most likely words coming next as a next word. So if the language model is trained with a large corpus, it is generating the probability of next coming word. In this example, as you could see, books and laptops have a higher probability than other words in the vocabulary. So the completion of this whole sentence could be the students open their books. And then if you want to keep generating the what's coming next, then we can turn them in as an input and then put it into the language model, and then language model continuously generating the next coming word. Then how these language models are trained, largely two parts, pre-training part and then post-training part. And then first pre-training portion is the one that language models are trained with large corpus, text collected from internet or books or different type of text, publicly available text, and then trained with the next token or next word prediction objectives. So once the models is finished in this pre-training stage, models are fairly good at predicting any words coming next as a word, given the inputs. However, the pre-trained model itself is not easy to use. So hence the post-training steps are coming, and then these post-training stage would include instruction following training as well as the reinforcement learning with human feedback. And what this training stage means is we could prepare a data set such a way that specific instruction or question, and then the answers or the generated output, that is what the user would expect, or more related to the questions and answers. So that's how the models are trained, so that it's easier to use, and then also it'll respond to specific styles. And then once this done, and then additional training method is aligning to human preference by using reinforcement learning with human feedback, which is using human preference to align the model by using rewards schemes. And let's take a really quick look on the instruction data set. This is the template that we would use to train the model in instruction following training phase. As you can see, there's a specific instructions will be substituted in, and then expected output will be substituted in. And then this is fed to the model, and the model is only trained on the response part, that is generating the output based on the given instructions. All right, so language model that is trained on pre-training stage and so as well as post-training stage is quite capable of generating text given instruction. Essentially, it has a lot of world knowledge that could easily generating the outputs. So these are rapidly developing, and then these models are used in various application domains that we use day-to-day work, such as AI coding assistants or domain-specific AI copilots, or most widely known ChatGPT and related conversational interfaces. And then in order to use these type of models as for your applications or specific tools, you could use the cloud-based API calls towards the model provider or the model servers, or some other ways that you could also host the models on your local machines or even mobile machines for the models that are small enough or to host on these compute constrained environments. So what does it mean by using API calls? So we step back. The language model is taking the input, natural language input text, and then generating the output. So that means we need to prepare a certain form of free-form text, natural language text, as an instruction or a question, and then put them in a specific format that you could make an API call towards the model provider. And then the model provider takes that usually on a cloud environment and then generate the output, and then respond to your API calls with the generated output. Then your software around that software that based on this model will parse the output and then use it as is, or maybe you could make a follow-up LLM API calls to further generate the output. So The input to the model is, again, free-form text. So how you prepare your input, also known as a prompting, is critical. So there are well-known best practices strategy, how you prepare your prompt. And here are some of them, and such as write a clear and very descriptive and detailed instructions that'll help the model to generate the output that you want. And you could include a couple of examples, the form that you want to see, as in the style or form. And also you could provide the references or context such a way that model rely on that context that you provide. And instead of just ask the model to answer right away, you could ask model to give model to time to think about it, such as reasoning, enable reasoning, or using chain of thought or COT method. And the next one is instead of asking model really complex tasks, you could break them down and then ask them chain in sequence. Also chain the complex prompts. And the last one is something that as a good engineering practice, have a good way of systemic trace and logging will help you. And also automated evaluation is always helpful to essential to develop your progress on your application. So let's take a quick look at on each items, what that means to get more familiar with. So write clear and descriptive instruction. As an example, on the left, instead of asking short request, you could describe in detail so that model knows what you are asking, because model doesn't understand. Model cannot read your mind. So that means you need to describe what you want the model to generate the output for you. So this is always useful for using language model in general. And include few short examples. So meaning that give model the example input and output that you would expect. As in this case, you ask some type of consistent style output, then what is the consistent style? You provide an input as example input and example output that you would ask, and then you can finally you ask your original questions. Then it's gonna be the model will generate the output based on your input. So few short examples is always helpful to generate the output that you would want to generate. So provide relevant context and references. This is really helpful for many of the cases that are related to generating text based on some factual information. So LLM can easily generate some incorrect output, also known as a hallucination, for those topics that it doesn't know or is not too confident about. So for those type of cases, providing context or references would always helpful. So here is the example prompt template that you would want to use in cases such as a retrieval augmented generation that we'll look at in the following slides, saying that only answer based on the input, based on the article that you provide. You could substitute your related reference, and then only answer based on these references. If the model cannot find the answer, you could just say that cannot find the answer. Then model will likely generate the answer based on your references. So this is important part that give models time to think. In other words, instead of ask direct question, you ask model to think through it or come up with its own solution, and then finally compare and generate the output. So this is also known as a chain of thought. So here is one example that might not work in some medium-sized model. You could ask model saying that evaluate the student's solution is correct or not, and then provide a solution description, and then finally give a student solution. And since the system prompt or your original request is saying that just answer it is correct or wrong, model might not get it right. However, for the same model that might not get the right answer for this, if you prepare your prompt in a way that you could ask first, work out your own solution to the problem first, and then compare your solution to the student's solution. Then by doing this, model will generate its own solution, and then as it does, it'll have an opportunity to provide good attentions to all these inputs that it's from the original input as well as the output that it generated, and then turn towards the right answers. So reasoning chain of thought is always helpful to generate the output that you want to see. So here's an interesting one, probably easy to implement for your application. So instead of asking your request that includes, say, multiple tasks in one request, you could prepare your prompt in small, simple stages. So how you do is prepare a simple prompt and then generate the output, and then prepend the output to the next stage 2 prompt, and then generate the output, and then again prepend the output from the previous stage, and then generate the output in a third stage like here, and then finally generate the output that you want to see. So by doing this, you may need to do it manually, or this can be done by LLM, as we'll see in the following slides. But having a simple, clear task per each request would be a good way to do it. Okay, so this may not be obvious, but because many type of as with many engineering application or development, having a good way of keeping tracing, logging will definitely helpful for your development, for debugging as well as auditing. So same principle applies to language model based development. So keep track of the log is always good, and so that also relates to having a automated evaluation from the early stage of your development will definitely help you. In other words, you need to prepare a question and answer pair, ground truth answer pair, so that you could compare that against the generated output. And you could use a human to evaluate that, but that's usually costly and then time consuming. So you may use a language model as a judge, meaning that you could ask language model to evaluate model generated output as well with ground truth output, so that model can score the generated output's quality, so that you can use that against your currently developed your own applications. This will help. This will be very important because the language models are continuously and rapidly improving, as well as the methodology and then tools that you are using for developing language model is also rapidly developing. In other words, without clear evaluation, it is hard to make forward progress, or even hard to change the model, change the different type of models, because the models are rapidly developing. Also means that some models are rapidly deprecated, which means you may need to force to change your language model that you are using in your application. So having good evaluation methodology upfront from the beginning will definitely help. All right, so this is a simple idea, but will be helpful for many applications. So instead of taking your input prompt as is and then process it, you may have some software or some model that you could detect the intention and then send it to a different prompt handlers. So, or this is also known as the prompt router. So based on the input query type, you may need to use simple prompt together with simple language model. And then this will both help in terms of operation costs as well as generate more appropriate output together with more relevant prompt with the language model that is more capable of that type of query. All right, so maybe Petra, if there, this may be a good moment that we could take question if there's any, if you could see.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Insop, and such an inspirational talk already. Thank you so much. We will get to like more details about agentic AI just shortly. We did want to kind of provide you with some sort of a background and kind of the progression of like what has been going on in the field. But I think maybe let's ask one question that came up. It's a little bit specific, but it might be what more people are wondering about. And is there any optimal amount of data to perform a good training? Or like anything that you could advise people around kind of the data available or like data being used?
Okay, maybe I'll be short on this. So I assume the training here is meaning that fine-tuning the LLM as part of additional training on top of open source language model. Yeah, depends on your task. It would definitely vary because it's hard to say one or the other. But if you have your enough data set or text that you would want to see, then you may come up with a simple question and answer pair or instruction following data set format. And then you could also make use of language model to further generate more. So if you needed more, but I would think you would start with say tens of data samples of data set first, and then see whether that makes the model behave what you actually see it to be behave, and then you could add based on the result or signals from the initial quick test. Then you could additionally add more data set samples, possibly use the language model to augment it or synthetic data that you could create. Great question.
Thank you so much. I see like questions started coming in, which is wonderful. I think we will pause the question for now and we will try to get to as many as we can at the end, but please keep them coming. It definitely makes the session kind of more engaging, and also let us know what you are interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. All right, so so far we've been looked at overview of language model, great, very powerful models that are out there, many models out there, and then how we use. However, even there are still limitations for models that are available that are listed here, such as hallucination is a well-known issue that models can sometimes or oftentimes generate incorrect information, particularly if it's related to some computation or some other specific area. So this is also this is a problem that is that we want to avoid in your application domain. And other thing is there's always a knowledge cutoff in data set preparation. So model creator prepare data set. However, they need to at some point cut up the cut up their data set collection and then use it. So model may not know, may have not seen the recent information or news as part of their pre-training data set. Lack of attribution. So model can answer a lot of world knowledge questions and can answer those type of general questions. However, it may not tell it's not going to tell you where they drew this the answer from particular specific data source. Data privacy is one fact that model creator prepare the data set using publicly available data source. That means model have not seen your proprietary data set from your organization or particular domain. And limited context length, although it's rapidly increasing, however, it always it's fine balance because providing longer context will give more context information to the model. However, it comes with operational cost as well as the speed, the latency in text generations. So in order to address these common limitations, retrieval augmented generation is one way to handle this, such as it could reduce the hallucination by using the actual relevant reference. It also addressed the attribute citation because it knows where this reference is coming from, and then this will allow you as an application developer or a system developer to prepare systems so that you could use your own proprietary data set or the text, and then you could use the good use of small number of context lengths because it only select relevant data set. So how it works is you could pre-index your own data set or your own text by turn them into smaller chunk of text and then convert them into embedding space using embedding model, and then stage them as part of your database or vector database. And then when the request or query came, you could turn this query into embedding space so that you could do a nearest neighboring search and then select top K relevant information, relevant text chunk, and then place them as part of your prompt. Some of the slide that we see previously as you put the reference as part of the prompt and then use that as ask the model only make use of this reference. So this is one good way to make use of your own proprietary data. And then similar method is can be used in the actual AI search or so that instead of using index data set, you could also rely on web search or different type of search so that you could provide the information as part of the index. And one of the things also mentioned here is there are many methods or ideas for retrieval augmented generation. More commonly used method is something that we've just mentioned. We've just talked about, meaning that turn the text chunk into embedding space and then do a nearest neighboring search. However, there are many methods, and then you could also use knowledge graph base. So if you could generate a knowledge graph from your text source, and then that could also help to extract the more relevant information. Also known as a graph rack is one part of it. However, there's many methods, and then you may need to look into the right method or if the right method and make use of those. All right, tool usage. So language model being most widely used form is a text in and text output, which means that it could answer many type of queries. However, it's not gonna execute or extract information from the external. So that's where this tool usage came to rescue, or also known as a function calling. So with this method, you could get real-time information, or you could actually do a computation by generating software or computer code. So what does it mean is, let's look at an example here. So if you have an AI chatbot that if you ask what is the weather in, say, San Francisco, then model will not know it in itself. So, however, if you tell model previously, as part of the prompt, saying that if you are asked weather-related question, generate an output in a form that the software that parse the output can make an API call. So as in this example, model will generate the output in a way that, hey, this is the case for tool usage. So it generates an output as in the form here, get weather, and then input argument to this API call or function call is the place that we asked. So then software receives this text output from the model, and then parse, and then actually make an API call towards the weather provider, and then get the weather information, and then again provide back to the language model, and then language model will generate more human-friendly or helpful output based on this API-based result. And for some cases, a model can also generate a software code that can be executed as part of the sandbox outside of the language model by the software that is coordinating all these activities. All right, so agentic language model. So there can be many definitions. One definition is it could interact with environment. So compared to simple language model usage, generally use simple language model usage as you see in here, text input and text output. Agentic language model usage could be language model could do something with environment by generating tool usage or retrieval request, and then from the environment, anything outside of language model could could provide an output, could provide an information that can be fed back to language model as an observation, and then the whole thing, the agentic language model, which includes language model at its core, with the software around it, will process it, and then also put them in a memory. And as with its conversational history, which can be taken as a memory. So this is one way of definition of agentic language model. The other way to look at it is this: agentic language model usage can be defined as it could reason as well as it could action. It could do an action, so also called react, reason, and action. So reasoning part is something that you could encourage model to reason about by using a method such as chain of thoughts, and then doing an action using a method that we have seen previous slides, as in retrieval or search engine, or actually using calculator by making an API call, or different type of API calls such as weather API that we have seen, and also generating a Python code so that you could run as part of your sandboxes. So by combining this reasoning and action, model can do a lot more complex tasks than simple input and output type of interaction. So here is, let's look at a little more detail on this. What does it mean by reasoning and action? So reasoning part, instead of doing the task that is asked, you could prepare your prompt such a way that ask model to break down the task and then make a plan. So instead of breaking down the task by yourself, as we see in the previous chaining the prompt slide, you could ask model to break down and then prepare your task. So in other words, plan the actions, and then based on that breaking down, model can generate different actions by making an API calls or tool usage, so that it could extract or collect additional information from the external world, and then by combining all this, put them in a memory so that it knows, model knows what's been happening, and then based on that, finally draw an answer for you. So let's look at the concrete example here. So if you have a customer support AI agent, then how it might work. So as a customer, ask, can I get a refund for product full? Then Agentic System will break down this request task into the following 4 different type of actions. Check the refund policy, check the customer information, and then check the products, and then finally collect and then decide what to do. In each step, language model will speed out the API calls so that it could collect the information. For example, check the refund policy. Language model could ask a retrieval system against the pre-indexed company policy, refund policy, and from there it could retract the information and then put them in its own context. And then using that, also request a customer order information. It could either ask customer back in a chat format, collect more information, or you could look it up in the system, because depends on how this chat system is prepared. The same thing for the product, so that it could collect more information and then finally draw the conclusion based on the policy and then product information as well as the customer order information. And then send a request to the follow-up system as a API call, as well as prepare say a response draft, and then that's going to be handled by final approver. All right, so workflow is generally like this. So in a sense, agentic language model system is generally LLM is making language model is making iterative calls by reviewing the document of test and then making an external tool calls. Things that an example, if you want to do some research of certain matters, you could prepare your agent to do a research, web search or different type of search, and then summarize them, and then iteratively, and then finally prepare the report to you or to your system. Another example could be software assistant agent, that you could ask this software agent or SWE agent that ask the issues, a certain type of software bug or issues. Then this agent will look it up and review this issue, and then collect the relevant piece of code or files, and then review them, and then propose the output, or it could also execute in its sandbox environment, and then test the fix, and then get the output, and then iteratively try to find the fix, and then finally propose the pull request or the changes to users or developers. These are the ways that we can use language model in agentic format and by doing iterative language model calls. So the difference, main reasons and difference why this agentic language model usage is getting more widely used is given that if you have the same model, if you ask just direct request to the model may not be able to handle it. However, if you put your task in this type of agentic format or patterns, then model will do more complex tasks, even using a model that may not be able to do it if you don't do this way. So that's one of the reasons that agentic language model is pushing the boundaries so that the things that we can do with AI agent is more complex or different domains that we can rely on. All right, so here are the real world applications, software development, code generation, or bug fixing, or this type of development is widely investigated or being researched by different organizations, as well as there are companies that trying to provide these services, as listed on the right side, and research and analysis that gather information, synthesize it, and then provide a summary for the users. And then task automation is one of the area that agentic method could be used. All right, so to make it more clear, here are some of the design patterns that you could use. Use agentic language model. Planning is critical because by asking a model to break down the task to make it simpler task or clear task, so that the language model later can make an API call or use the tool usage. So planning is critical. And then reflection is something that model can generate in itself. And then the next model call can criticize the output that actually came from the same model. So by doing this, the output could be improved. And then tool usage is something that something that outside of the language model that you need a real-time information or different type of information, then you can use this. And then multi-agent collaboration is one way to handle this. Reflection is a pattern that's quick to implement and then leads to good performance. And let's use a concrete example here. So if you want to refactor a programming code, instead of ask the model to improve it right away, if you do this pattern, as in this example, saying that you ask a model saying that here's the code, and then check the code and provide constructive feedback. And then take the feedback to the second prompt, as in this example. You could also prepare prompt saying that here's the code and the feedback which came from the model itself, and then ask the model to refactor it. And then this way of reflection will likely generate better output or better fix for the code that you are asking to the model. Tool usage is something that we've seen it before. Ask model to generate the API patterns so that you can use this API function prototype to make an actual code. Or if the task is related to actual computation or some different form, you could also ask model to generate a program as an output and then you can run that on a safe sandbox environment that your software or software scaffolding around the language model can execute, and then provide an input, provide the execution output back to the model so that model can synthesize it. All right, so multi-agent is an interesting way to implement or accomplish your complex task. So you could split up the task, or you could split up your task and then assign those tasks in a different agent that are dedicated for specific tasks. And then this agent is, in this case, in this context, could be just as a different prompt or different persona. So you could, the prompt usually consists of you are an helpful AI agent. You could change that into a different persona to a different agent. And also you may or may not use the same model or the different model based on the task. So let's use a concrete example here. So if you build a multi-agent system for smart home automation, you could create a different agent, a climate control agent, lighting control agent, and so on. And then these are the software piece that includes a different prompt with a persona, as well as handling external triggers. And then those are the ones that work internally, and then that coordinate these agents, essentially a model prompt together with software scaffolding around it, coordinate the whole activity. All right, so that brings up to our summary. So the agentic language model usage is a progression or extension to a existing language model usage method. So for the best practice that you have used in language model, for simple cases, most of them are applicable. However, you could use different additional methods such as more retrieval, search, tool usage, and then prepare different type of prompts, and then workflow, so that you could use language model as in its core as a reasoning or smart intern, and then you could use a tool usage or other retrieval method to interact with the external world, and then combine these results, and then such a way that you could achieve a complex task instead of simple input and output type of language model usage. And that said, Petra.
Thank you so much, Insub. This has been really great. So much information. Hopefully this is useful for everybody. We keep collecting the questions. We got so many. We will try to get as many as we can. But yeah, please feel free to keep them coming. Maybe the first question for you, Insub, and let's focus on the agentic AI, is about the evaluation. And do you have some recommendations for a good strategy for evaluating agents beyond just using an LLM as a judge? It seems it should be a little bit more complicated to do the evaluation on agents. At least that's kind of the general notion, the questions, and people are wondering how that could be done.
Right. I think this is a great question. Just to make a quick context, LLM as a judge is commonly used method that you actually use LLM to evaluate the model-generated output against the ground truth answer or some type of reference information, which works great and then widely used. And also we use that as well. For the, I think one thing that I've recently tried is agentic judging method, meaning that I use reflection type of pattern that we have seen previously. Instead of just ask one question right away to LLM as a judge, I ask first LLM as provide initial reference and then feedback. And then I also ask again another LLM call or different prompt saying that, hey, this is a feedback from other your junior engineer. If you are a senior engineer, how would you compare the junior engineer's evaluation against the output that you are evaluating? So I find that this reflection pattern was helpful to get the better evaluation instead of just one-shot LLM as a judge output. However, I think there can be a more creative way to improve your evaluation stage using agent patterns, because the evaluation, it is really, really important. I can't emphasize more, because that will help you to advance fast or change models and different type of changing the prompt and so on and so forth. So I think that was a great question.
Thank you so much, Insop. We got a few questions about kind of augmenting the AI agents for specific uses and making sure that kind of they get shaped in a way you need for your application. Like on the technological side, like what is there to do, what is there to use? We got many questions kind of like going to this idea. So if you have some kind of information, it would be helpful.
Right. Again, I think this is a great question. One thing, first thing came up to my mind is, if you have a task which is simple already, then you just use language model simple use cases. However, if you see a little more involved or complex task, you could experiment with a simple agentic task, even if it's agentic language model usage. You can define agentic language model in many, many different ways. But if you have a little more involved task, you could do iterative language model call. Even that could improve your output. So I think it all depends on your test case, actual application domain. But instead of trying to look for the task that you could apply language model, turn that around, that how this task cannot be solved with the simple cases. So simple language model usage. So try to apply simple usage first, and then try to improve it using different patterns. Same for, I think, a slightly tangential, but fine-tuning cases also. If you could have a task, if you have a task that you want to solve, try to use the existing model first and whether it makes sense or not, and then from there you could decide how to do it. Then you could prepare small data samples and then try it, and then make a progress, and then a really quick iteration instead of trying to invest upfront too much.
Thank you, Insop. A few questions came in, and I will this is like a kind of giant question on its own, so I will kind of let you choose how you want to respond to that. But a lot of questions about kind of ethical considerations, how to avoid hallucinations, like how to avoid kind of like using data that might be like unethical, or like there might be something kind of behind them. What would be your recommendation? Again, like this question is so big, but maybe like looking for something that you would say about this.
All right. Yeah. Another great question. Yes, due to its probabilistic generation in nature, hallucination is always there, although a lot of people are working on it. So it's a problem, as well as the contents output has a concern, could be concerning. So I think a model provider themselves is checking the generated output in terms of different categories, as well as your application application builder yourself also add some guardrails. Guardrails being checking the output using small language model so that you could quickly check the output, or some type of I guess a criteria using classifier or some type of thing so that you could actually filter them out to see. It could be either on the final generation stage, or it could be in taking in the input stage that the query comes in, so that you could actually avoid it. This can be can backfire, but I think as a enterprise or business, you may be on the safer side, so they're making sure generated input, generated output, as well as the inputs queries that being requested could be more safe or reasonable cases. So this is evolving, but I think fundamentally it is something that check the output using type of classifier or even decoder type model to check it.
Thank you so much. And a little plugin, we do have generative AI program that also covers a lot of kind of the ethical aspects of kind of LLMs. It's not a technical program, but like I'm kind of reaching to people who are asking about this sort of very important questions. Maybe last question, Insop, for you. And you know, we are not going to be endorsing, of course, like at Stanford, but like a question is like, how to get started? Are there any open source models to recommend? Is there anything kind of people can do to kind of start testing this out, like start playing with this?
Great question. So one thing that as a take-home message here is start simple and then experiment it and then iterate it. So that's, and also agentic language model sounds complex, fancy, but it is a progression and extension of language model usage. So to start, I think you could, there are many language model usage framework and also agentic framework that you could use. However, to start, I would suggest to use a playground type of environment. Say model provider generally have their playground that you could type your prompt or input so that you can see the output right away, so that you can experiment it really quickly. And then once you get familiar with it, and then use the API to make a call from your program, and then see what's going on. In that way, you gain insights as well as practice, best practice for prompt preparing. So once you have that, you could intelligently decide whether it makes sense for you to actually continue your own code base or make use of widely available libraries. So in short, start simple, work on a playground first, and then make a simple API calls, and then decide whether you want to use more extended libraries or just continue your own way. This applies for language model usage as well as agentic language model usage as well, because there's also many agentic language model framework out there.
Thank you so much. And to close us out, like in this session, in the last minute, Insop, you know, the field is progressing so fast. There is so much happening. Basically, every week we see news about something new coming up in any of these fields. Are there any resources you study, you follow, anything you would recommend people to kind of keep track of to stay up to date in LLMs, agentic AI in this field?
Difficult question, but great question. I think it's a little hard, but I picked some experts who are known in this field. I follow them either in formally Twitter or YouTube channel, and then from there I get more updated information and then do my own diggings. But I think find out the good starting point is good thing, and then I think a reference here you can screenshot it, then this can be a good starting point because it includes some agentic usage courses, as well as a good type of courses, either from Stanford as well as different places. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Insub. This has been really great. So much helpful information, and you're absolutely the best person to hear this from. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you also everyone who joined us live. Thank you for your time.
I was trying to see. I'm like, the timing is kind of good. I'm about to wrap up my work day ish. I still got stuff to do offline, but I definitely need to finish my hair. And try to finish getting my life together, enjoy the weekend, because I worked, but when I tell you I worked for some days off, it's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of the stuff I was watching, I'm like, hopefully it's helpful to other people too, because I'm already like familiar with like agentic systems and stuff like that. But I'm trying to make sure that I can really like solidify my. I guess I could zoom in on my life. But yeah, I'm trying to solidify my personal expertise, and I definitely have some projects and stuff that I'm going to be building. So we finished the prep for the Google Cloud like startup school, which I didn't know what they were. I mean, I guess I kind of read what they were going to cover, but they didn't cover anything that I wasn't already relatively familiar with. So that's good. Let me double check. Like, is there anything else I have to do? Is week 0? Is next week 0? Or is next week 1? It's really the big question. Okay, perfect. Next week is week 1. So, what are they going to talk about? Oh wait, we doing Tuesdays and Thursdays again? Okay, we doing 2 days a week. Okay, that's fine. 2 days a week, which is how it was last time. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, 1 to 2:30. The Agentic Revolution, architecting intelligent agents, and then week 2 is the agent engine, choosing the right AI power for your agent. So models, tooling, and the development kit. And then week 3, build your first agent and observing. Ooh, Datadog. Yes, perfect. Yeah, this is gonna be solid. Like, seriously. And then the other, wait, 24, 25. Oh, they have multiple sessions. Hold on, I'm tripping. Let me go back, because I'm not scrolling all the way. Let me see week 1 again. 1, 2. So 2 sessions in week 1. So that's Tuesday and Thursday. Week 2 is 2 sessions. And week 3 is 3 sessions. So what's that? What's the 24th? Is Tuesday, yeah. So it's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Okay. But I'm glad they're doing Datadog observability. I've used Datadog in some previous in the previous company I worked for. It was really great. Actually, we were like one of the first users to Datadog. We were using it kind of early on. Early adopter type stuff. So, and then deploying. Yeah, this is going to be solid. This is going to be so solid. Thank you for the oh my goodness, I'm like over here getting ready to wrap up for the day. But yeah, I highly recommend For next week on Tuesday and Thursday next week, we will definitely be in AI startup school with Google. So I recommend this for y'all. I will post the link in the chat too, just in case if anybody wants to. Why do it doesn't work like. Okay. In case anybody wants to attend, I highly recommend AI Startup School, or just Google Cloud Startup Schools in general are really good. I did the generative AI one last year, and it was really, really good. We live streamed pretty much all of the sessions. Whenever I was on the session, I was live streaming. So I'm gonna try to do that again this year, or for this series. I've been waiting for the agentic session to come along. So yeah, if you do actually go and participate in a startup school, then they will give you some I think you'll get GCP credits, and you'll also get Google Cloud Skills Boost credits. So Cloud Skills Boost is like their learning platform. That's where all of their training is. So you get about like 200 credits or something like that. So you can do lots of labs and everything. So yeah, I'm highly recommending that. Today I just went through the week 0, which was, it pretty much was just telling you how Google Cloud is set up, because I've used Google Cloud before, but definitely if you never use like a enterprise scale cloud platform, it could be a lot when you first sign in. It's so many services. Sometimes it's like hundreds or thousands of different like areas built into the platform. So in the week 0 content, he pretty much just gave an overview of like how the platform is set up and the different aspects of platforms and things for you to know. I'm going to go back and double check what he told us to do for our perks. And then I have interns signing off in like 3 minutes. So I was like, I'm going offline as soon as they are done. But yeah, I highly recommend that to y'all. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Anybody that's new, welcome in. I'm Jessica, also known as Meta Dev Girl. I was really, today I just wanted to catch up because it's been a minute since I had live streamed, and I am a senior software engineer. I've been in the field for about 10 years now. I also do a lot of instruction, like teaching coding boot camps and things like that. So yeah, today was more of a catch-up day. But one of the big things that I am into, I've been into the AI space. I've been interested in natural language processing since around like 2017, 2016, 2017, something like that. And so, yeah, I try to keep up with what's going on in the field. Large language models / LLM / chat GPT, that whole bucket of content is super interesting to me because that is a subset of NLP, which is natural language processing. So yeah, I've been usually when we're on stream, I'm either working on projects. I do a lot of like freelancing and I run different programs. So sometimes I'm working on those in the background. Most of the time I'm working on those in the background. Whenever I can share my screen, I do share my screen when it comes to like coding, but I do work with a lot of like clients on their apps. So obviously, you know, more proprietary code I don't share, but anytime that you are here in the stream, you would just be getting like behind the scenes of like what my day-to-day is like whenever I'm like working on specific goals and things like that, technical goals or even professional goals, just general like professional development. A lot of times I talk about that on here. So and sometimes we get into gaming. I did start out as a gaming streamer, but I do a lot more, like I try to be responsible, semi-responsible with my life. So I do a lot more coding streams, but we'll be getting some gaming streams going as well, like relatively soon. It has been a big deal that one of my programs is finally, we have another funded cohort for the Detroit Hacker House. And like I said, I have like 2 interns that are working on it. So that makes a big difference. I'm not the only one working on the project anymore, so I'm getting them up to speed and everything, but it is nice because it gives me a little bit of breathing room so I can work on some other projects and some other endeavors. So yeah, game streams will be coming back, with that being said. But yeah, it's Friday. I've been working so effing hard this week. I've been doing a lot, like literally so much work. It's crazy. Um, I'm just trying to make sure that I stay balanced with my energy levels. And I have a 2 soon to be 3-year old. His birthday is on the 14th. So usually he's here and he likes to be on camera and he likes to take over the microphone. He's with his grandma today. So that was it. I was like, I haven't streamed in a minute. I might as well hop on stream literally. So we've been here all day since 9 a.m. But yeah, I'm easy to find. If you want to really support or you want to come back, just follow the stream. And you can also, we're working on getting our YouTube life together. So you can follow the YouTube. I'm also Meta Dev Girl on YouTube. I have multiple YouTube channels, but the tech channel is also Meta Dev Girl. So y'all can follow the YouTube as well. I'm trying to work on making more edited content over there. But in the meantime, I feel like I might as well lean into my strengths. My strength is live content. I in the moment content, I guess you could say. Like I said, I do a lot of teaching, so I'm really comfortable with just being in the moment and having maybe a plan for the day, but like scripted and editing and all that is not my favorite, but I'm getting there. So yeah, I hope everybody has a happy Friday. I'm like, I'll find y'all somebody to raid into on Twitch. If you want to join Discord, we have !Discord. Mute this. That's not the right one. Ooh, is that a chicken? That's gotta be chicken. See, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Oh Lord. Okay. But yeah, !Discord. Oh, y'all can't even see it. Y'all can't even see it now. Oh well, y'all can see the other one. Y'all can't see this one. !Discord though, and then I also post a lot of the resources and everything in there. So yeah, Programadora, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna go find your channel. Actually, I'm on here now. Let me go find you real fast. Okay. Yes. So hopefully I can catch a stream and we can go. Let's see who can we raid today. It's the middle of the day, so I'm like, I feel like it's a bunch of different folks around. Possibly. Hopefully. But yeah, next time y'all see me, I'll post them in Discord too. I will have some new coding classes that'll be live. I will for sure be doing a Python certification, and because I'm going to be teaching a Python certification starting in July, so I'm already working on that content. So I'm going to offer a Python certification course. It's designed for you to pass the PCEP exam. I'm going to be offering is this also muted? Okay. I'm going to be offering a Swift mini, like a mini boot camp for Swift, an intensive boot camp for Swift, and an intensive web development, full stack web development boot camp. And then we're also going to have AI and machine learning for developers. A lot of AI and machine learning like content for developers. So I'm excited. I hope that those that came in, if y'all got the info, yeah, definitely come back and check us out and see if you want to be a part of the community. But the whole goal is, like I said, I do a lot of teaching. My big goal right now my big goal over here is to show like it's not all about the edited content. It's all about the real day-to-day life that we go through as coders. And that stuff is like, I feel like you don't get to see that on the you don't get to see that when you watch a YouTube video. So that's what I've always been about. So I'm happy to see y'all here. We're gonna go raid Coding with Strangers. He's awesome. He's the homie. So definitely check him out.